Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esportz Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esportz Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा। हुनर का जादू चला के जलवा दिखा जा। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा। ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही।
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही।
बिल्कुल नहीं। आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासो सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासो सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा। हुनर का जादू चला के जलवा दिखा जा। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा। Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esportz Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esportz Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए, जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट। और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द फीफा अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से ई-स्पोर्ट्स के यूट्यूब चैनल पे।
Welcome in everyone. Josh presents Esports Premier Series, co-powered by Hell Energy Drink, Fasos, and Ovid Story.
Welcome in, guys. And today we have a lot of exciting fixtures, but let me start by introducing myself. I am Darvesh, and with me I have Soham, and we're going to be commentating on these games for you guys. So, what do you think, Soham, about these games?
These are some of India's biggest names in FIFA. We have the first game, which is easily the game that everyone is going to look forward to. It's the best player in India playing against Ranjan, who also is an elite player. I'm quite excited. This is going to be a good game.
I am very excited as well. I've played Ranjan in the recent tournaments, and I got to say I've played CJ as well. Obviously, best player in the country, hands down. But
By
Ranjan is going to give a very tough fight. It's going to be a very good game, and Ranjan might just see it through.
Oh, are you willing to bet on Ranjan to actually beat CJ? Because if that's a bet that you're willing to take, I'm in on that. I'm in on that. I'll put money
Depends
on
on the
it.
odds. Depends on the odds you give me. Not doing it
Alright.
one on one.
All right. I think over 2 legs. Maybe if it was 1 leg, it was possible, because I think in a game of FIFA anyone can win. But because of the fact that it's 2 legs, and the fact that CJ has made some incredible comebacks, and we've all been lucky to witness it, it's going to take a lot out of Ranjan to actually beat CJ.
Agreed. Like, over the course of 2 legs, obviously, with Charan having all the experience which he already has, playing in an official EA Sports qualifier and pulling some crazy comebacks at that stage. I mean, from there, I can only imagine what we're about to witness.
Exactly. So I have played Ranjan only once this year, and he told me interestingly that even though he's so good at the game, he barely plays weekend league. He's, I think, only played like 5 weekend leagues the whole year, and he's managed to hit elite almost every single time. And he hit elite 2 in his second weekend league. So this is not someone who is just going to be a walkover at all. Ranjan is great at the game, but sadly he faces CJ.
Yeah, man, like, it's unfortunate when you come up against that name in any tournament. You look at yourself and you see you're playing CJ. You know it's going to be very tough. You might just pull it through, but there's this lack of confidence. Like,
Of course.
who you are playing. You know what experience this kid has, and honestly, it's as exciting as it is. You just know it's going to be very hard, and it's going to take all you have.
Of course, it's at the top level. It's all about mindset, and that's what CJ is strongest at. Now Ranjan, it's not so. Even in all the weekend league CJ has played, there's always a chance to lose that one game. If Ranjan can be that one game in this tournament, that would be drama. That would be, everyone's betting on CJ to get to the final, and then hope and probably even win it. He's dominating the scene like no other. But it's definitely going to be an interesting lineup with Saransh and Sid going up next.
Yeah, we have a lot of very interesting games today, and I just cannot wait. Let's have a look at the brackets now and show you guys what we've seen. Right
Right.
here, the
So we
first
have
game, Ranjan versus CJ, and the second game, Saransh versus Sid, and the third game, Aditya versus Shubham. and the fourth game is a bye given by Saksham because he wasn't available today. But these are the three games, and in addition to that, we're going to be seeing the first game of the upper bracket. So a potential CJ versus Saransh fixture, and that's going to be very exciting. That's going to be the game of the tournament if we get to witness that. And we're going to see the first game of the lower bracket. What are your opinions on this, Soham?
I think Charanjot versus Saransh is going to be a classic game that is not a game that we get to see very often. You're going to have to, at least competitively, you have to wait for the big tournaments to actually get to the actual final, because that's the only time you see Saransh and CJ play each other, and that is going to be some entertainment with a lot of goals. We have Aditya Chadda and Shubham Jadhav, which is going to be a great game as well. Yesterday, Shubham made an insane comeback against his opponent. On the other hand, Aditya Chadda somehow managed to beat his opponent 15-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I saw that scoreline, and I was honestly disheartened for the opponent. Like, why would you go ahead and score 15 goals? Dude, we have
Exactly.
a lot of quality players, and this going to be so much fun watching all of these games today.
100%, 100%. It's top quality football. It genuinely does not get any better than this. Charanjot and Ranjan, man. Yeah. So we have the tournament format. We had the
And
single elimination knockout, which was a best of two. That's done. We're in the phase 2 now,
which
which
is
is the
the
quarterfinal.
playoffs, and the quarterfinals. We have the double elimination now. So this means even if you lose a game in the winners bracket, you get another chance to go to the finals by the losers bracket. But it gets incredibly hard because that's where you only have one chance and you cannot lose another game. If you're in the winners bracket, you know you have that comfort level that you can lose a game, you can afford to lose a game, and you can come back. But the pressure gets very high when you play in the losers bracket.
Losers bracket, of course. We've seen this format being used in at the very top in all official EA events. I guess it's the most fair way to actually get to actually find out who is the best, because it you always have a one-off game, and if you do have a one-off game, you always have a chance to redeem yourself, which is what the loser bracket finals is. But the pressure is insane because these guys will have to once the winner loser bracket final gets to the actual final against the winner bracket final, he has to beat him in not one tie but two. So essentially, it's a best of three, but one win is already given to the winner bracket final. So it's excruciatingly difficult, but that is what it takes to be the best.
Yeah. So let's look at today's fixture. Today's first fixture, as we talked about, it's Charanjot versus Ranjan. Charanjot comes all the way from Chandigarh, as Ranjan is from Bangalore, and it's going to be an exciting fixture because we don't get to see these two battle it out at a lot of offline events because of the distance. But let's see what's going to
Yep.
happen in this match.
I think Charanjot, just coming off the back of the EA live event, which was he was the first Indian to actually ever make it to a live event. The Indians have to play this excruciatingly difficult high ping games. That means that the Indian pro players have to play on 200 ping against people from Dubai whose connection is just as bad, but it's extremely delayed gameplay, and the man actually reached so far ahead in the qualifiers and only ended up losing on penalties. And an interesting fact, he still hasn't lost a game in the qualifiers, and the only two times that he has lost, they've been on pens. That's an insane stat.
Yeah, dude, I'll agree. And like being experienced with the qualifiers, I've actually played a couple rounds, and it's extremely difficult because the connection is horrendous, as you said. And the only thing you have to adapt to is literally the connection, because the game literally feels like a different game when you're playing off connection. But these guys are both from India. I don't think they're going to be facing a lot of connection issues. Let's talk about Ranjan for a minute. As we've been talking CJ up a lot, we don't want an upset here. We might actually see
We
Ranjan
would
pull off.
probably want one. Yeah.
I mean, we would want one, but none of us is expecting it.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
of course, as we said earlier, Ranjan has been dominating weekend leagues, and an interesting stat which you stated earlier, that he's only played 5 weekend leagues till now, and managed to get elite in almost all of them. That's insane, because
That
when I was new to the weekend league, I barely hit gold one for the first couple times. Then I had my hand to the game, and then I got better and started getting elite. But this dude only playing 5 weekend leagues and getting elite in almost every one of them means that he adapts to the game real quick. What are your thoughts on that, Soham?
I think it's actually unbelievable. Playing Weekend League is, if you guys don't know, I'm sure most of you do. Weekend League is the competitive game mode that happens on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it's basically as sweaty as it gets. I know there's so many people who come, like pro players who are on their 29th game out of the 30, and they have not lost even a single one, and then they end up losing to a guy who isn't even close to their rank. Weekend League is extremely unpredictable, and to control, to have such experience in Weekend League is important. And the fact that out of uh, out of like 20, there are like, if he's played 5 and he's managed to clutch elite every single time, that's a big achievement.
Yeah, I'll agree, man. Because as we talk about weekend league, uh, we know that CJ is obviously dominating. He's the first Indian to get a 30 and 0, and he gets elite one in every weekend league. So we have the match coming up now, and I think the Chelsea
Exciting
T4
times.
makes it seem like it's CJ home, but actually Ranjan's playing
Run,
at
yeah.
home. Ranjan is in black and CJ is in red, and we have kicked off.
We have kicked off. This is going to be insane. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics these guys are using, because CJ refuses to go to the 5-3-2. He played the qualifiers with the 3-5-2, 4-4-2, and the meta as of now is using 5 players at the back. And I'm actually even curious to see what Ranjan is using, because that may be probably one of the only ways to actually stop CJ.
Yeah, I'll agree. The meta is 5-3-2, but CJ just does not resort to the meta. He plays what he knows, 4-4-2, and he presses like hell, and his opponents have no choice but to give him the possession and then the game. And that's what I love about him. He doesn't resort to the conventional meta. he
Of
he
course,
he
yeah.
he, he knows what his game is. He knows what his strength is, and even if that's unconventional, and even if it's not you like preferred by a lot of people, he still uses it. And as we're currently seeing on the screen, Ranjan is currently using the 5-3-2, which is
5
interesting.
at the back. Oh,
And
we
due to
have
due to
some
some
technical
connection
difficulties.
issues, and hoping that it will be resolved soon. But talking
We
about the
get a
first
quick look at
seven
his
ten
team though.
minutes, yeah. So let's talk about the team. We have Ronaldo and Mbappe at strike. I did not get a very good look at the midfield. Did you?
Yeah, I did. It was interestingly, if I'm not mistaken, it was Neymar and Rashford as his two CMs, with Kante as his CDM, as the third CM. What do you think of that?
So that's not a conventional 5-3-2 midfield. I think what Ranjan has in mind is he has his conventional 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1 players, which he's trying to fit in to a 5 at the back formation, so that he can play both the formations. But I don't think it can work out that well, because if you're playing the 5-3-2, you need three solid midfielders. What do you think?
Solid. I agree. I completely agree. So Ranjan recently did pack a CR7 a couple of weeks back, and that was like an insane moment for him. And that basically, because of that, he had to change everything in his side. I think that's probably one of the reasons that he wouldn't want to bench some of the players. But in a 5-3-2, with the experience that I have had playing the formation, you need three solid CMs who can attack and defend, which is a rare selection in all of the FUT items that we have available at this stage. You have very few cards who can do that role perfectly.
Yeah, I'll agree because all of these cards which can defend and attack as well in the midfield are super expensive, and we don't get to see a lot of them, and which is why the 5-3-2 is not properly used. But we get to see a lot of it in the weekend league. But these are not the conventional players which we just saw Ranjan using. We saw Ranjan using two attackers in the midfield, which again I'm not sure how that will work out, but we can only wait and see to find out.
Of course. I think this 5-3-2 meta is being used quite I mean in the wrong way, because I've seen a lot of pro players with fullbacks on join the attack, which most of the casual players don't do. They prefer playing one Hail Mary through ball and hoping that their Mbappe or Neymar just runs past their defense line and gets a goal. But the way that most of the players who, even Dullen Mike was actually one of the first pro players who won a tournament using the 5-3-2. And with him, he plays the 5-3-2 in the most attacking manner possible. And I do believe that if Ranjan is playing so many attacking players in his team, he does not want to drop back.
Yeah, I'll totally agree. But as you said, most of the pros who use this formation 5-3-2, even I've seen them activate the attacking fullbacks or just leave them unbalanced. But the stay back is a very non-conventional thing in 5-3-2 because you need the fullbacks to go up and down. You need those wide options in this formation because other than those fullbacks, you don't have any width. And without that width, I don't think you can afford to attack only using a central lane at this level of FIFA, because we are at the quarterfinals of this major tournament and the prize pool is 50k, and I don't think only central attack can get you through to the finals, or like not even to the semis, I think.
Of course. You're right. You're absolutely right. You need the width to stretch the play. Otherwise, it gets too compact and it's super easy to drop back if the opposition is not piling on. If even if there's a 5-3-2 versus 5-3-2, it gets extremely easy to stay compact in the middle without the fullbacks actually stretching the opposite fullback. And then it becomes a very boring game. But I do not believe we will ever see a boring game coming out of this one, because I've seen the level of composure that Charanjot has in his actual EA event. He if the opponent was not pressing him, he would just stand and wait for his opponent to actually press and make a mistake and then capitalize on it.
And I'll agree. As we all saw CJ play in the qualifiers, he just waits for the opponent to press first. So I don't think this like anyone dropping back against CJ will work, because CJ usually takes the lead, and when he's in the lead, he would obviously not be giving away possession unless the opponent presses. And the 5-3-2, I don't think is a lot about pressing, but there's different ways to play it. And I don't have a lot of experience with the formation, but have you tried it a lot, Soham?
I did actually try the 5-3-2. What I do genuinely believe is that with the 5-3-2, if you want to play the attacking football that you want to with that particular formation, you need to have the centre backs who are fast and strong. And at this moment of time, there's a lot of players who don't have that. People are mainly playing full backs at centre back to make up for the pace that centre backs at this stage do not have. We're going to have to wait till TOTS for the centre backs to actually have 85 plus pace to actually play this formation using actual centre backs. That's why right back to centre back cards and is becoming actually super popular. There's the Walker card, which is like reaching the moon with his price, who was priced just 700k before, and now after seeing all the pros use him, he's almost risen like 500k. Same with the Reece James card. I think this is what everyone is resorting to. You can probably have the central centre back who is slow, but you need the pace.
Yeah, I'll agree because when you're using the 5-3-2, the counter attacks are a real possibility when your fullbacks are attacking. And we just cannot have that if we have three slow centre backs. So that's why people are resorting to playing fullbacks and centre back. But let's talk about the game. I think we have the game restarting now, and I'm excited.
Yep.
I hope the technical difficulties have been resolved, and I can't wait to see it. But what are your
Yep.
thoughts with Ranjan starting the 5-3-2 and CJ playing the conventional 4-4-2, which I think he is, but we haven't really seen CJ Abhidak. So, what do you think? Who will be the first one to score with Ranjan at the back with 5-3-2 and CJ with the 4-4-2 and his deadly press?
And his deadly press, you could see Gullit going in there with no chill. I think it's CJ who's going to be scoring first, and then Ranjan will have to somehow find a way to beat his press. I think that's going to be the most important thing because he's not going to be dropping back at all. CJ loves to press, and he's extremely good at it. Right there, we see the offside trap spam, which is probably so. That means that he's not trying to play a deep line at all.
Yeah, he's trying to put some
That
pressure on
seems like
CJ
a
because no, it's been blocked. But yeah, it's a goal. That's a little unfortunate,
goal.
but it's okay. CJ Ranjan gave CJ a little space for the shot, and he had it coming. But what do you think? Will Ranjan stick to the five back formation, or will he try to be attacking a little and switch to a four for the back so that he can have another goal?
It does seem like he's still at the 5-3-2 with Kante at centre back as the middle centre back, which is an interesting choice. I'm not sure how well it's going to be working with some of this with the strength that CJ's players have. And there was a line. This is a real chance, and Varane has intercepted it.
It's close. I mean, it's very hard to beat Sirius defense, even with that deadly attack with which Ranjan had. I mean, CJ closes all your passing options so like with such finesse. Like you cannot afford to lose a passing line. You have to see a pass and then just press X or triangle. You just cannot wait because CJ will cover that pass as soon as he sees it.
Of course, we saw him do this with class at the qualifiers as well, where he would, even if there was a player running centrally trying to make a run, he would take his fullbacks out of position and go and press them, which is something that is extremely risky. And see, Ranjan is going to have to be very careful with his offside trap spam, because it's very easy to make a mistake like that, and CJ will not miss a pass.
Yeah, I'll agree because when you use the offside trap, you leave a couple passing lanes open, which if Sirius spots them, he's going to be converting it to a goal. I don't think he's going to be missing a pass.
For Mbappe there.
Yeah, there was a central pass there, but Ranjan missed it. Again, he's under a lot of pressure. He's playing the best player in the country, and obviously that kind of a mindset, like you tend to make a couple mistakes, but I don't think Ranjan can afford to at this stage because again he's playing CJ and he has to play as perfectly as possible.
Of course, he's going to have a perfect game to actually stand a chance. And CJ's, there we go, again, just standing up, waiting for his opponent to make a move. With Cancelo, which is a super popular card, and he refuses. Oh, that's an insane La Croqueta stop.
That was a crazy skill there, but good defense by Ranjan, and that's what we need. That's what Ranjan needs in this game, insane defense, because CJ is as deadly as attacking as he is as pressing. And as we were talking about CJ's attack, look at those 1-2s.
That's another goal, man. That's
What a goal.
ruthless.
I mean,
It's the simple football, and he makes it so easy.
and that it is not that easy. CJ just makes it seem so, but it's extremely hard with anyone who's playing the 5-3-2 or even a 4-4-2, and he's a good defender as Ranjan is, and CJ just makes it look so easy, like every one of us can do it, but trust me, it's very hard.
Of course, that Hullet card still stepping up for him. He refuses to go to the oh, that's another chance, and
What
that is
a turn!
insane dribbling.
And what dribbling was that? I just cannot. I mean, how do you do that? It's just
How do
simple
you do that?
using the left stick. You just use the left stick, but how do you just avoid all these defenders in the box? I just cannot.
It was the smallest
just-
space. It was the smallest space, and he saw it.
I did not even see it there. And that's what differentiates us with the best player in the country.
Of course, of course. And Darvish, you being an Elite 1 player this year, you're not bad at the game at all, but you see how good this kid really is.
Honestly, there's no level of comparison, even though I've finished Elite 1, but I just refuse to believe that I'm even at a similar level to CJ, because as I've played against him as well, not just this year but in the previous titles as well, he just has something for the game. He has a vision which no one else has. Like, even while defending, while attacking, he sees those passes which no one else can. Not even the defender, not even us who are just watching and commentating. We should be able to see those passes, right? And
There we go.
Here we have
There we go.
CJ
CJ with his
attracting the press.
classic. Yeah. What
And we
what an
see
interesting
the
way.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't judge him, because, like, obviously he would want the opponent to press, and that's a very good play to play
that is
competitively. And what a finish!
insane. That's
Look at that dribble! I just, dude,
Now,
I enjoy
this is a
watching
treat
him
to watch.
so much.
Treat to
I
watch,
I
man.
hope
Treat
that
to watch.
everyone's enjoying this as well, because
I mean, how
I'm
can
getting
one not
drained.
enjoy this gameplay?
I'm getting
Ah,
drained
there
by
we
the
go with the
energy
442.
this kid is producing, dude. I just.
This is actually this all started with him just waiting for that one pass. That one pass to
Yeah,
Ronaldo that opened up just when he was just
and
standing still with Renato.
and that opened up the game for him, and as we know, he just converted that into a 3-goal lead. And Ranjan isn't looking very strong here, because CJ is controlling the ball, CJ is controlling the possession, and Ranjan is not getting a lot of the ball. I think if Ranjan needs to make a comeback, he needs to start pressing CJ, and that might result in more goals, but that's a chance he's going to have to take now.
Of course. We have seen a couple of key opportunities missed by Ranjan, but nothing too big. He has failed to create a clear-cut chance, and that's completely understandable, but he needs to press now. He needs to up his depth. He needs to do something to actually try to make a comeback on this game and put some kind of pressure on CJ. You could just see CJ passing, doing 1-2s while there are 4 people around him there. He is as calm as they come, and there needs to be some pressure on him to actually make him feel like he can lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's already 3 goals up, and he's still very calm, because he has the ball, the control of the ball and the game. What Ranjan needs to do is, I think he needs to change up his tactics. What would you do in the situation, Soham? Would you switch from the 5-3-2, or would you just use the attacking fullbacks and change up the tactics a little bit? What would you do in this situation?
I think I would definitely go into a narrow formation like the 4-4-1-2-1-2 or the 4-3-2-1 because at this point he needs to attack, and that needs to be his goal. If he changes to formations like the 4-2-3-1, right, and or the 4-4-2, I don't think it's attacking or direct enough to ever trouble CJ. Even if it's a Hail Mary through ball, he needs to do something. He needs to make his players make those runs that are actually going to threaten him, right? And I would go narrow and I would just press.
Yeah, I mean there definitely needs to be a press, but as Ranjan knows, there's another leg here. So I think he's just waiting for this game to end and then just go all out in the next game so that his players are on full stamina. And CJ doesn't see it coming, because if he starts pressing right now, CJ will expect that at the start of the next game. So I think he's trying to be a little unpredictable and he's gonna switch up in the next game.
Oh
But
my god, that
I
is
don't think there's a lot of time. But what was that dribble? Let's talk about
what was that
all the
dribble?
crazy dribbling he's doing, man. CJ's been insane in the box. He hasn't missed a chance. All of the shots which he has taken have been on goal, and some of them have been blocked by Ranjan's players. But that's what we see in FIFA 21. That's not just that cannot be taken away. If you're
Of
playing a
course.
match of FIFA 21, you're gonna be seeing auto blocks.
You're right, but these have been clear-cut opportunities. I think Ranjan needs to get one goal to get some of his confidence back. Just some of his confidence to make sure that he knows that he can actually score one goal, and
And
that's a
what a
great
goal
chance
that
and
is!
a great
What
goal.
a goal! And
That's a great
Ranjan has
goal.
scored his first goal, and what a goal it was! I I don't think Ranjan wanted to dribble a lot like CJ has been doing. He just resorted to the simple passing play, and what a through ball in the end, and a crazy volley by Rashford. So we have Ranjan back in the game. As we said earlier, he's a very good player. Don't throw him out yet, and we might just see a comeback here.
We definitely a two-goal lead, as they say, is the most dangerous lead that you can have in a game of FIFA. I think this is now a real chance for Ranjan to actually make a comeback if he can actually manage to keep CJ away, which is a task, and there is another
And
goal.
the keeper did not even move. The keeper did not even have time to react to that shot. What a banger! And CJ is
What
back in
a
the game
finish.
with a 3-goal lead. And Ranjan's having trouble here. He's trying to attack straight after kickoff, but you just cannot do that to CJ because he's too good at defending. He's not going to make a mistake that way. You have to be patient. You have to be calm. And it's the last 100 minutes of play for Ranjan to make a 3-goal comeback. And he's under a lot of pressure right now, as we can see, because CJ has 4 away goals, and we do take a lot of that into account. Oh, so we do not have home and away goals in this format. We had them earlier, but still, it's a 3-goal lead. I don't think it's
It's
going
a
to be very
three-goal lead.
easy for Ranjan to come
Of
back.
course.
And as we can see, CJ is still dominating possession, and he's not feeling the press
He
from
doesn't.
Ranjan.
Oh,
Oh
this
my
is going to
god!
be another
What a
one.
shot cancel!
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
What a-
god! Look at
He
him.
didn't even have to do it. He didn't even have to do it. He could have just
Yeah, he
shot.
could have just taken a shot.
He decided to be nasty. He decided to be
Yeah,
nasty. That is an
but
insane goal.
I mean, you got to make sure though. I mean, he did not want
You
it to
gotta
get
make
blocked.
sure.
Like,
Another
yeah,
chance
just
here, though. That's a
for
great.
Ranjan. And
Ooh.
that was a good cross, but a very bad finish from Mbappe's left foot. But it's okay. At least Ranjan's creating chances now. He's been much better in the second half than the first, where he did not even come near CJ's box. And now CJ is just going to close this game out because we're in the ending moments. I don't think Ranjan's getting the ball now. It's the 90th minute. CJ
Yep.
might go ahead and try to score a 90th minute. And yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. What? And the game just ended with CJ at the box. How typical of EA.
That is an insane. Nah, but honestly, this was an insane game. I had too much fun watching it, man, and commentating over it as well. To actually be able to, we did not get a chance to see the goals, but if anyone missed that game, oh man, you missed an insane. There was some crazy goal scored by CJ there, man. The cancelling of skills. He just kills the defenders.
Honestly, man, when I saw him do that shot cancel in the box, I was just like, how does that even pop into your head when you're in the box? How do you not just spam circle? how do you have so much patience that you just beat the last defender and then you go ahead and score a goal? Because at this level you don't get that much space. You have to create it for yourself, and CJ did a wonderful job with that. And don't go anywhere, guys. We have the second leg coming up as the players take a break. But what do you think? What do you think is going to be Ranjan's approach now? Is he going to be starting the 5-3-2? Is he going to be starting the 4-4-2 or a three back maybe for covering a 4-goal lead? Soham?
I think a three back will be way too open if he wants to go all out attack. I think a central formation or perhaps the 4-4-2 will be the play. If he chooses to go to a 5-3-2, I don't think he has played the 5-3-2 enough, because this is a very recent meta. I don't think he has enough experience in the formation to actually play it perfectly the way that most people do. But I do believe that he has to change up his tactics and go press CJ, whether it's manual pressing, whether it's using press after possession loss or heavy touch. He needs to press and get some pressure on, because it's a 4-goal lead, and a 4-goal lead is extremely big if you're playing CJ.
I mean, even if you're playing anyone, a 4-goal lead in one game is extremely hard to cover, because the guy who's winning in the situation is extremely comfortable knowing that he's a 4-goal lead. And we have the second leg coming up, guys. Let's see what Ranjan is playing. And he's starting with a 4-3-3, but I
Of
think that's
course.
just for the team. But
Yeah.
we're going to see what Ranjan does, and let's see if Ranjan can make this comeback, which is too big of a hurdle, I think. But we have CJ kicking off, and Ranjan needs to put pressure on him. Ranjan cannot let CJ get too comfortable with the ball. And as we see, CJ is trying to keep the ball. The game started. He's trying to dominate possession again. He doesn't want to give Ranjan the ball so that he gets to attack. And what do you think?
think
Like
it's go-
we already see Ranjan pressing him. Look
We
at
see the press.
Ranjan's
We
press.
see the press.
Yeah, but CJ is beating
I
it
think-
again with finesse.
Yep. It's going to be really, really hard to press CJ as well. No matter what the connection, we've seen his left stick dribbling and what it can do. He can just turn at any time, and one turn is enough to beat a press if it's the right one. Because especially using tactics that FIFA gives you with the press after possession loss, that's an
Oh my
insane goal.
God! Look at that fake shot there, and he beat all of the defenders in Ranjan's box with that one fake
There
shot.
were 4
And that
players
finish
there.
with Neymar. Dude, there's even with Ranjan pressing, he's so comfortable with the ball now that he does not care. He does not care that Ranjan's pressing. He says he'll create space for himself by dribbling anyway, and we saw him do that. Now CJ is
It's
leading
too
with a
open.
score
It's
of
too open.
6-1.
Yep.
Yeah, like
This is going to be. This can turn into a bloodbath already.
I don't
With that
think.
directional nutmeg.
Well tried there. And with Ranjan on the attack now, he's got to make sure that he does what he can and does not make any more mistakes, because whenever he's pressing, he obviously opens up a part of his defense, but he needs to cover that up with his player switching. And I think he's still on the 5-3-2, because I see Kante right
it
back
does.
there.
Yes, I think it's still the 5-3-2, and he's using gold Semedo, which is going to get really, really difficult for him to cope up with that Mbappe there. I completely understand the fact that CJ's team is much better, but that's just no excuse here. This is just destruction, and how did he miss that?
How did Rashford miss that? I mean, it was on his weaker foot, but it was an open chance. I think it should have been a goal.
It should have been a goal, but it does not phase CJ at all. I think he's just going to keep creating these clear-cut chances. He's making the most. He makes the passes look so simple. This is a great chance, and that's a block.
And
That's
there was a good bridge
typical.
there, but CJ covered it. And I think he should
Yeah.
have resorted to a few more skills or passes in the box if he wanted to score there. But again, he's under a lot of pressure. He has to score 5 goals in the span of 70 minutes in game. And that's very hard in a normal game. In a 90-minute game, I am not able to score 5 goals when it comes to division rivals. And currently he's playing CJ, which is much more difficult than a game of division rivals. And
Of
he's feeling the
course,
pressure.
this is clearly because if this was just another weekend league game, you could have seen him do a shot cancel, something to be that last man to actually create that space for a goal. But here he just had to take a chance, and the chance sadly failed.
And we have CJ again with the skills, and we just saw the player lock maneuver there. And what a way to keep the ball. CJ just can't stop
Oof, there's going to be
innovating.
another one.
Look at that dribble
Oh,
from
look at
Hullet.
him.
He
He
doesn't
makes
just
a
do it with
6
attackers.
foot.
He can do it with midfielders as well. He's like, no, not just my attackers can dribble. I can dribble with my midfielders too. What are we going to see next? Is he going to be dribbling with his fullbacks now?
we may just see Cancelo scoring a goal here. You can't take any player for this thing. I think Cancelo is one of those players that is used by so many pros because of how good he is on the ball. And we see CJ also use the 86 version of him, and it's genuinely a delight to use that card, man. He does score the odd chance as well. Oh, all right. Ranjan is now slight tackling. It's surely getting
Yeah, dude,
frustrating for him
he's
because CJ is keeping so much of the ball.
And look at that skill spam. Like, he just did the same skill like 4 times and it still wasn't predictable. Even if it was predictable, it was very hard to take the ball off of him. But now Ranjan has the ball. He's there on the counter. It's through ball to Neymar. And Neymar's running down the wings. It might be an interesting situation here. But good tackle.
A failed
Ranjan still
tackle.
keeps the ball. A failed tackle.
Uh,
And CJ gets the ball back. We're approaching halftime, and it does not look good for Ranjan.
it does not. He scored. He did the player log just to mess around, and that is, oh my god, that was a fake.
And a
What?
Croqueta. Oh,
What is this
what
kid?
a fin! Just he
What is
does
this
not
kid?
stop. He does not want to end the game. He does not want to keep the ball, and he just wants to
Ah,
score
that's
more
another
and more
goal.
goals.
Oh, now
No,
he's
it's
just
not. What a
toying
strike
with Ranjan.
tackle.
He could have just shot it there. This he needs Ranjan needs to put some more pressure on CJ. I wouldn't know how. That's a clutch tackle, but the ball just
Yeah,
keeps going back to CJ.
we can see that Ranjan is already pressing CJ, but I have no idea how to press against this sort of possession play where there's skills involved, there's passing involved, and whenever you press him, the ball goes to an open
It's
player,
all
and I have
opened
no
up,
idea how he's
and
finding
that
the open place,
is
and that's
off.
offside. That's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. But it's a delight to see
Oh,
CJ play, man.
this is some insane passing. I'm trying to. Oh, that look! Did you see that possession? Did you see the
Yeah,
possession?
27
Ranjan
with
had
Ranjan.
that is hard. That is some hard luck by Ranjan there facing up CJ. I wouldn't know how to press that. I genuinely am trying to think how I would actually try to press that CJ because he's so good at keeping the ball not in his own half. We people get frustrated when people hold the ball in their half. But this is all CJ and all in the opponent's third, which is what makes him so good at the game. That's the difference between someone who would just keep 70% possession for no reason and this guy's creating with each and every attack.
Yeah, he's not stopping. He's not keeping the ball in his own half. He's just trying to
Oh,
create more and more goals, and that's a good reset by CJ where his skill got failed. But we
oh,
have a reverse
nasty.
elastico from Neymar, and what a chance that was. We have a corner for CJ. Let's see how he can get creative with this. Okay.
His Hullet has missed it
Okay.
entirely.
I have no idea how Hullet missed that. But what a
That
chance by
is
CJ.
so
Like,
unfortunate.
even his corners are to the point. I mean, what does CJ does not know how to do, man? Like he knows everything in the game,
I
and that's
have
a good
not scored even
interception.
one corner this year. This is, I need to take tips on basically everything at this point. Look at him, look at his press. He just slit tackle
And
with Varan in the midfield at the
that was a
halfway
manual
line.
interception, dude. How does he get so much courage? How do you do that with your centre back? And what a
Oof,
through ball!
what
What
a
a passing
goal.
play, man! And obviously, a comeback is out of the question here. But I mean,
This
6 goals.
seems highly
What do you
unlikely.
think? Like,
I think it's game over. I think
yeah, even I think so because just
Ranjan should
30
just
minutes in
move
game are
on.
left. Hmm.
Yeah,
And
I
we can see
think
CJ just trying to finish the game. And what are your
I
thoughts
don't think
on the
he's gonna
game
try to
we've
finish
just
the
seen?
game. I think he's just gonna score more and more and more. And I don't
Yeah, yeah,
I
he's
think
not stopping.
as resilient,
He's not.
and
Oh,
he's
what a
not gonna stop
directional
there either.
nutmeg! How do you
Right?
beat a
This is
centre
a
back 1-1?
bloodbath.
That's how. I
This
just
is now
I have
a
no words
bloodbath.
for this. And
This is,
obviously,
by
we
the
all
way,
knew.
a top
Hmm.
player
Yeah,
that CJ is
agreed, man.
playing.
Like, I mean, CJ makes it seem like he's playing a Silver One player, but he's actually an elite player. Ranjan is an elite player, and look at that scoreline. You wouldn't be able to guess that.
You would never be. Oh, look at those skills with
Look at that
the
skill
Boba
cancel.
cancel. Nasty. And there's another one.
And
And
another
this
goal.
is.
CJ is not stopping. CJ is not stopping today. And we're just gonna have to wait and watch who's gonna be stopping CJ, if there's anyone gonna be stopping CJ. But Ranjan is not the one. Ranjan just became another victim to CJ. And
Like we all are.
I mean, we all are in some way. We've all faced him in Weekend League, and we've all regretted watching that team name whenever Chandigarh FC
You've been
pops
knocked
up.
out by CJ. You've been
Yeah,
knocked
I've
out
been
by
knocked out by
CJ
CJ
in this
in this
tournament.
tournament, but I had a very good game with him. Like the way he presses, actually enjoys playing with him. I mean, obviously, even I did not at the point when I was playing, but after looking back, I mean, it's the experience you gain from these games. You know how the top players play. You know how to like you get an idea how to play against them and how they play, and you always get to learn. Even if you lose, you always get to learn.
Yes, you did score some insane goals against CJ. It ended up being a very close game, if I'm not mistaken. Just a couple of goals of lead, or was it just one?
No, it was a couple goals, but I was down 6-3, so I think he had loosened up a bit, and I scored one in the 90th minute. But yeah, the first game was a very close one. I honestly gave it my all, and I ended up losing the first leg 3-2. And honestly, that was just disheartening because after scoring those 2 goals, it actually took a lot of effort. Okay, it took a lot of energy out of me, and the second leg, I was just not able to play like the first. And like obviously CJ, even if I would have been able to, it would have been the same scoreline, 6-4.
People do not realize how tiring a game of Pro FIFA can get. It requires basically all of your concentration. Look at that. He's dancing with Hullet. With Hullet. Not even
Yeah,
Messi.
he does not care. He does not care who the player is. He just wants to skill inside Ranjan's box and wants to score some more bangers, which we're gonna watch these in the highlights. By the way, if you want to check out the highlights, they get uploaded every day on the Esports YouTube channel or the Instagram page, which you can follow. The handle is esports.in, and I'm going to be looking forward to these highlights, man.
This has been an insane game to watch, and now I can't wait for Sid versus Saransh.
Yeah, the next game is a banger as well. We only have the top players left now. It's the quarterfinals, and even I cannot wait for the next game, man. Already. This game
Right.
is done and
That's the
dusted. It's
Mumbai
over.
yeah. That's once a banger because it's Mumbai versus Pune and they're actually best friends.
And another goal. Yeah, man. CJ and
Uh,
Saransh are very good friends. And no, not CJ and Saransh, my bad. Sid and Saransh are very good friends. And it's Mumbai versus Pune. Obviously, there's some territorial differences there. I would say you guys have a rivalry, right? Mumbai and Pune.
Of course, I'm sure they do because these are the guys who are going to match up against each other in the LAN events every single time. It's not like, I mean, these pro players travel for every LAN event anyway, but especially even the smaller tournaments that happen, they're going to face up against each other in the finals or the semis every single time. So this next game is going to be a blast. But ending off this game, what do you think of this
What
game,
a
man?
game.
How do you think it went?
I mean,
There we
it,
go
it,
with
it
the
was a
stats.
disaster for Ranjan, but I mean, at least we got to see CJ score 10 goals and one crazy goal from Ranjan as well. But at least we got to witness those 10 goals. And we have another game of CJ coming up today. It's going to be the final game for today or the second last?
It's going to be the second last game for today against the winner between Saransh and Sid, which is going to be an insane game.
Yeah, CJ is going to take on another pro, and like moving on to the next game, it is going to be Saransh versus Sid. I mean, these two have already faced each other in a lot of events, and obviously because there's that friendship involved, they already know how they play. They obviously play friendlies to practice for these tournaments, and they both know how these two play. So the interesting bit here is going to be if they're going to change their conventional play styles or they're going to be sticking with their conventional play styles. What do you think?
I think they know each other's game better than anyone does. These guys play so many friendlies to practice against each other. These are the guys who have been at the top for the longest time, especially Saransh with so many titles that he has won. And Sid has now just been signed from, he left M10 Esports and has now just joined Footballist, which is a huge move. And Saransh for this season is signed with Global Esports as well. So it is a Titan clash that we have today. I don't think they will change the way that they play for sure because they are confident in the way that they play. And it's going to be an insane. And they both have extremely opposite ways of playing the game. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, Sid likes to keep the ball and play it slow, while Saransh likes to press and play on the counter. And it's going to be lovely to watch these types of play styles go against each other. I mean, I'm already look at my hands. They're shaking watching CJ play, and I just cannot wait for this next matchup, man.
It's going to be it's going to be actually insane. We'll go to a break now, right? We'll be right back. Have some water. You guys wait for the next game. It's going to be a huge one. It's Sid versus Saransh. Does not get any better than this, right? See you guys in a few.
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trend. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही,
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही।
बिल्कुल नहीं, आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trend. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
Welcome back, guys, to
boys.
Josh Presents Esports Premier Series, co-powered by Hell Energy Drink, Fasos, and Oven Story.
And what an exciting matchup that was. CJ versus Ranjan. CJ scored 10 goals to an elite player. And I just cannot wait to see what he does in the next round.
I swear, man, it's going to be so good because and sad as well that one of these guys amongst Sid and Saransh is going to get knocked out in this round because this feels like a semis already. Like that is a semis matchup.
I mean, they're not knocked out, but they go to the losers bracket,
Right,
and
right.
they have the chance to come back from there. But as we mentioned earlier, it gets on your nerves when you don't have any other chance, obviously.
Yeah.
And let's have a look. Let's have another look at the brackets now. We have CJ going through and Ranjan going to the lower bracket where he has another chance. And this time he's not going to be facing CJ, and he's going to be happy about that. But the next matchup we are bringing you is Saranch versus Sid, and both of them are signed, both of them are pros, and I just cannot wait for this one because both of these have bags of experience. Both of them have represented the country and been to international tournaments. Both of them have been national finalists. Saranch has a couple more national titles than Sid, but still they both make it to the final stages of these tournaments, and it's going to be a good game.
It's definitely going to be a great game amongst these two. Who and it's going to be extremely it's going to be extremely interesting because these guys have played each other hundreds of times even during practice. It's when they do practice, it's against each other, so they recognize each other's game better than anyone else. Now I'm not sure how you would want to tackle that in an actually competitive environment, but they both have insane teams as well, so there's no aspect that is going to stop each other from competing at the same level. It's going to be great.
I mean, agreed, man. And I just cannot wait for this fixture. And I'm still not over the fact that CJ scored 10 goals in the previous match. And all of them were quality goals. He opened up the defense. He had that little dancing move in the box. He just blitzed through all these defenders and had an open goal. And obviously, the players CJ has, like Neymar, Mbappe, Ronaldo, they're not missing from there. Even though, like, he has a crazy team, but the way he uses the players, it's actually commendable. Like, even if you have a team, the way you should know how to use them, and CJ knows perfectly well how to.
I do believe with a silver team, he would beat me. For sure. You, I'm not so sure, but I am sure he's
I'm
one of those guys who can take a silver team to the weekend league and get a 30 and 0.
Yeah, he definitely
Honestly.
is one of those because, like, uh as we've seen, like, he does not really try try very hard in the weekend leagues, and he still gets elite one plus. He is not usually bothered. He usually completes all 30 games in one sitting and still gets manages to get 30 and O's, 29 and ones. And with these results in the weekend league, I mean, even pro players pace themselves, like 10 games at one day, 10 games in the other, and 10 games on Sunday. But CJ just plays 30 in one sitting and still manages to get that 30 and no. I have no idea how can one be this good at the game.
We have Sid at home for this game against Saransh. Is going to be actually really exciting. Let's see how much of the ball Sid can actually keep against Saransh's press. Saransh is one of those players, other than CJ, who has the best press in the country by far. That is going to be
Yeah,
like
agreed.
it's basically going to be someone who likes to keep the ball a lot against someone who loves to press.
And we've kicked off here with Sid having the possession. We can already see Saransh throwing bodies, and look at that switching. Look at that switching. He switches to the fullback, like the winger, and then he switches back to the central player, and he covers all those passing lanes. Sid is still passing it with his defenders because he does not have an open passing lane, and that's the press of Saransh we were talking about, and he's not giving Sid any space. Sid is barely keeping the ball, but he's doing a good job keeping the ball, and it looks like Sid can convert this possession into a dangerous situation because he's advancing slowly, and a pass to his left back, And what do you think? What do you think of the look at that defense? Look at the defense by Saransh, man. And Saransh is
I
now on the
do think
counter, but
some of the interesting things that I've taken away from this match is that there are some new players that we've gotten to see. We're seeing Cruyff, we're seeing Pele, we're seeing the new Dallo, and that is something that we do not see a lot. I mean, it's probably because most players can't afford the likes of Cruyff and Pele, but Dallo at wing back, that's going to be an interesting choice for sure. And what is that pass by Saranj? Hullet is free, and
oh
what a
my god,
save!
how did he miss that? How did Hullet not convert that? But what a crazy first chance we had. And it should have been a goal, but it's okay. Saranj gets a corner out of it, and he is still attacking. He is still a threat to Sid, but well defended by Sid, and he's going to be going on the counter with his left back Dallo, which you just talked about. And he's an interesting future stars card. I think he's not the most meta card, but I think he's usable. I've used him in my own team. He's got a decent amount of pace. He's got 84 defending, I think, and 85 physical, which I think should be usable with a shadow card.
You're right, you're right. I think pace is the only thing that is going to be a bother for Sid, but he does help with a lot of chemistry links. So I guess that is the reason why he's using him with the Sanchez and the Bruno Fernandes links. I think that helps quite a lot.
And we have Saranch on the ball again, and this is end-to-end football right here. Both of these are not stopping. These are they're creating crazy chances, but their defense is coming out on top again and again. With Saranch on a crazy counter attack, what a through ball to
Oh, this
Mane,
is.
and
Oh,
a
what
player
is that
switch.
player lock?
Good player lock by Saranch,
That was
but well defended
close.
by Sid again, and Sid's on the counter again with Bruno Fernandes. And no, Hullet is not going to give him any space there. But Sid
Bruno
managed to
versus
create
Hullet
some.
seems to be.
Hmm.
Bruno versus Hullet seems to be the combination that pro players are using at this point. It's either Bruno or Hullet, and it's very interesting because Bruno this year is actually insane, but some people know what Hullet brings to the game, and that is something that no player brings. It's definitely interesting to see Sid using Bruno and Saransh using Hullet, and there
I
with
mean, we can only see
with
and compare who comes out on top.
of
And
course.
what a chance by Sid, but again, well defended by Saransh. And he's going to go out on the counter again. But what I personally think about Hullet is, I mean, obviously no other player is like him. He has his build, he has the animations, and the best attribute I think about Hullet is his hair. What do you think?
100% the hair makes him special. The hair just makes him special. That is something why that's why the base is also not usable at all. The hair is genuinely the prime card is genuinely so nuts, and player this is just the mid that he's using, I'm sure of it. And the Hullet is genuinely insane. We saw a lot of people not use Hullet this year because he may not be the best during heavy connections, but in this gameplay when they are so close to each other, he is godly. And yesterday when Crusher was Aditya Chadda was playing his game, almost all the goals were scored by Hullet.
I mean, he does bring that to the table. He's not just good at defending. He's not just there for a strong body, but he can shoot. He has a 5-star weak foot. He has 4-star skill moves, and he's fairly decent on the ball as well, as CJ showed us in the last game, dribbling with Hullet like that. And let's see if Sid's Bruno comes out on top, or if Saranch's Hullet can win him this game.
Mane on the run here. I'm quite interested to see which Mane he's using because Sid, I know for sure. Oh, that was a chance, but great defending. Oh, that's
And
open. That is
that
open,
that
and
was not a good offside trap. That was so
that
unfortunate.
was
It got mistimed, and it just like Sid must be kicking himself right now because that offside trap just opened up that pass for Saransh, and it was just slightly mistimed there.
Like I said in the first game, this offside trap is a very, very, very risky thing to do, especially against the greater players that we have playing right now. One pass can open up your defense, and you can concede a very, very easy goal that you would never under normal circumstances, and that's really unfortunate. But Saransh with the lead now, man. I don't think he stops. I don't think he
I
stops.
mean, I think the game's been fairly even, and as we spoke about it earlier, Sid's been keeping the ball. He has 62% possession, but the both of these players have a couple shots. Like Sid has one shot and Saransh has two. The game's going like pretty close. We have end-to-end attacking football, and we see that Sid is running the 4-4-2 and Saransh is running the 4-4-2 as well.
Oh,
So no 5-3-2 here,
interesting.
and
Interesting.
that's why the games are running so balanced. I mean, both of these are playing on the counter, and I mean, it's great attacking football. I'm enjoying this a lot.
Definitely, it's certainly been a very cagey affair. They do know how each other play, and it's going to be a cagey affair, I guess, in the first leg. But second leg, I think if there's a 2 goal lead, things are going to get really, really attacking.
I mean, the first goal was a very close call as well, and Sid did not intend that opening, but it's been really close. Other than that goal, and I think Sid is still in here, but a little bit off guard because obviously he knows he's down and he's playing against Saransh, and he knows if he starts pressing and if he starts playing a little too recklessly, Saransh is going to punish him. But other than that, I think Sid still has a fairly good chance in this game.
I do believe the 1 goal lead means nothing at this point. You can get a goal in this game quite easily, and it's not like, oh, there's another chance. Just that one
But
skill
well
there, and he could have
defended there.
made some space. That it just takes one moment of brilliance, and a brilliance that these guys have in abundance. So I don't think Sid can't score in this game. He just needs to create this one opening that is a sure shot goal, and that's an opening. It's
And
going to be a
another
goal.
offside trap. Another offside trap, as we see,
Ah,
has opened up a lot of space for Saransh. And now definitely Sid is under a lot of pressure. I don't think he's going to be using the offside trap a lot now, even though it helps him get the depth up and put some pressure. But I think he's just going to leave the offside trap now. I mean, if I was
I,
in Sid's situation, I don't think I would be doing the offside trap for a very long time now.
Yes, he is now scarred by conceding 2 goals, not just one, to the offside trap, and that's really unlucky. But he should know better, because the offside trap is something that is extremely risky to play. And at playing at this point, being a goal down, I'm not sure if it was the right play, and it was just all too easy. He did not have to do anything with Neymar there. He just had to take one turn and shoot. And now Saransh looks to be the favorite, with Sid not had one clear cut opportunity yet, and that's insane. And that's an insane interception as well.
And I mean, Sid's now going on the front foot and he's keeping the ball in Saranch's half, but Saranch's press does not allow him to do that for very long. Sid's cued a pause. I think he's going to be changing up the tactics or getting in a few substitutions. But I think it's a lot in favor of Saranch right now. He can comfortably keep the ball and cruise through to the second leg at least.
You're right, and as we saw, Dallo seems to be weakest link in Sid's squad, which is an insane team. But the team genuinely does not matter right now. He needs to switch something up to actually get back into this. 1 goal for Sid, and this whole tie changes.
Yeah, agreed. And that puts a lot of pressure on Saranch as well because of, as you said earlier, a 1 goal lead is equivalent to almost nothing because we have a lot of brilliance in both of these players. And one moment of brilliance is all it takes for a goal. And there's Saranch with a free kick, a short pass, and edge of the box. And
Just lost it
that's a
quickly
very cheap
there.
way to give away possession, and I think that's offside.
No,
No,
it's
it's not
not. It's
offside,
not. No, it's not.
and that's a great through ball.
Ah, great
Well
defending
tried there,
though.
but Saranch cornered him there. He did not have any options and very well defended. And Saranch is on the counter now,
Ah,
and Adama Traore coming in now, telling everyone that Dalo was the weak link and he's not gonna let anyone through, be it Mane or be it Neymar.
this is now surely going to open up the last 20 minutes of the game. Sid has to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, going into the second leg with no goals scored will be very, like, will push his confidence down a lot, because that would make him want to change tactics, want to press a lot, and that might open up more opportunities for Saranch. And we have another great Saranch attack,
What
and
a
what a skill
goal!
there! And we have a third goal
What?
from Saranch, and what a goal that was! It had
This
the
was by
perfect skill
far the
cancel.
best.
Yeah,
Oof.
honestly, by far the best goal. But I mean, we have some CJ favorites as well from earlier, but in this game, definitely the best goal I've seen. And Sid is now going to be like pressing a lot. He's going to be changing up tactics. I don't think he's going to be sticking with a 4-4-2. And even if he is, he's going to be changing instructions. Maybe he's going to be having attacking fullbacks, but a 3-goal lead is no joke. And Saranch knows how to hold lead because he has a bunch of experience, even though Sid has a lot of experience as well with those comebacks. Let's see how it goes.
That was an insane goal by Saransh. It had everything. It had some insane passing, and that one last skill to end the defender was just class. The fact that these guys can move their thumbs so quick and actually make that one clear-cut chance is actually insane. These guys, and that's a great chance,
And
and that's
what
a
a through
goal.
ball! And Sid is back in the game. He switched to
He's back in the
4-3-1-2,
game.
and he's going to be looking for another goal in this game to make ends, well, make affairs more closer. And I think we might be onto something in the second leg. It might be very interesting if Sid pulls off another goal here, which I'm rooting for, because again, we're here for the viewers, right? We're here to entertain.
Yes, we are certainly here to entertain, and this has been an entertaining match for sure. This is actually now going to bring some life back into the second leg, which is again going to be a delight to watch.
And Saranj trying to keep the ball till the end of play. I think no, he's trying to attack, and he loses the ball, but that's a foul. Okay, I think Saranj will be holding on to the ball and won't be giving a goal away now, because again, as we know, he's been so experienced. And even if like even Sid is trying to press him, but Saranj is just not giving up there. And he might have created an
Oh,
attack
that.
there, and that's
Oh, what?
unfortunate. That's so
That's.
unfortunate. I mean,
I guess that's just
Hullet
what
missed the
Hullet
ball.
brings to the table.
Yeah, that is exactly what Hullet brings to the table, and that was a little unfortunate. Sid will be gutted, but he knows that a 3-goal lead can be covered in one game, and he's going to be going into the second leg with all his guns coming in, and I think he's going to be starting with a 4-3-1-2 only. What do you think?
I do think he needs to start playing the 4-3-1-2, because this is the formation that actually helped him score a goal. And it's the formation I've been enjoying the most and I've been playing the most, because it's the most attacking way to play in this game, in my opinion. And it is quite open defensively, but Sid is going to have to take that risk going into the second half of the second game, at least, to actually make a comeback if he's a couple of goals down. The some of the goals Sid actually handicapped himself into giving away those goals, and Saransh took full advantage of it. But the one goal, the third goal, was genuinely class, and the fourth one was just extremely unfortunate. That's just the game. You can't really do anything about it. But I'm quite excited to see what the next game brings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we looked at both of these players and they've created a lot of crazy attacks, but Saranj just capitalized a little better. And that last goal will be in Sid's head because he tackled there and still Hullet got the ball and got a goal. And what I think Sid will be kicking himself most about are the two offside traps, which cost him the initial two goals and which led to the third goal being scored. And it's still possible for Sid to make a comeback, but it's going to be extremely hard, and he's going to have to give it his all.
He will have to give it his all because Saransh comes with a ton of experience and he knows that he is going to have to do whatever it takes to actually win the leg. I'm sure that Saransh is not going to drop back and hold the lead. He is going to continue what he's best at, which is press, and he will put a lot of pressure on Sid. And the only way I see Sid coming out of this is genuinely start taking risks with the way that he's playing. We haven't seen anything too risky in the way that he's played. Now that is how professional FIFA is, but now he's down and he needs to start pressing.
Yeah, agreed, man. If Sid does not press Saransh, then he's creating more problems for himself. But as we know, Saransh, he will be attacking and he will be using those openings which will be created by Sid's press. And we have the home game for Saransh now, with Saransh in white and Sid in the black jersey. Saransh kicking it off and like keeping calm, keeping the ball, not going for a crazy kickoff glitch, and trying to get on Sid's nerves by keeping the ball as much as he can.
Yeah, I think if Saransh actually managed to keep the ball, there we go with the press. You can see that Sid is already pressing quite high up. That was an AI press that actually led to him getting the ball back, and he's
Look at the
bombing his
players.
fullbacks forward. He's bombing it. I think he's gone to the 4-3-2-1. And I think this is going to be a tasty affair. So many
Yeah,
runs being taken.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at a lot of counter attacks by Saransh and a lot of open-ended football by Sid, and he's just looking for that opening, but he's not finding it. Like, look at how compact Saransh's defense is. He does not give any spaces, and look at that counter being initiated, Cryer
Yeah.
from the wings, and he still has the ball. Even with that press from Sid, I think I would have given the ball up there with the way he pressed with his walker, but Saranj is so he kept the ball, but as I said, he lost the ball and Sid's on the counter once again. What a through ball to his Bruno Fernandes, who's playing as a left centre mid, but we're seeing him on the wing right now. And I think it's a 4-3-1-2 only. So it does not seem like a 4-3-2-1 with Neymar at cam, Pele and Ronaldo as strikers, and attacking fullbacks, obviously, which leaves a lot of space for Saransh on the counter, and I think Sid's trying to bait Saransh and make Saransh attack as quickly as possible so that he gets the ball back. But Saransh is keeping the ball and taking his time with the attacks because he knows he has a 3-goal lead. He just needs to hold the ball now.
You're right. Sid is still confident. He's still oh, this is a chance. Oh,
And
great defending.
good dribbling there, but obviously it's not going to be that easy to score against Sid again.
But Sid is looking super confident with his offside. What a ball that is. But he is still using the offside trap. He's still playing extremely high. That's a goal. That's
The first goal for Sid, and he's coming back into the game. We have 70 minutes of Sid's attacking football coming in, boys. Do not leave your seats. And I mean, I cannot even afford to blink here. That's how much. That's how thrilling the action here is. And Sid gets the ball back again. I mean, that press is insane. Saransh is not able to keep the ball, and that says something. If Saransh is not able to keep the ball, that says something about your press. And look at those
another
1-2s.
great opportunity.
But one pass too many.
Space opened up.
Another pass to Dalo, going back to Mane, and good defense by Saransh. But even like Sid's players are swarming Saransh, and he had to just clear the ball. Now Sid has the ball back, and he's going to be attacking and going to be looking to cover the 2 goal difference.
Ah, class defending by Saransh right now. I do think he's going to run the risk of this exact opportunity opening up, which is going to be extremely harsh because if he actually concedes to a one-on-one situation, it's going to be really harsh on Sid, but it is a risk that he's going to have to take with all his fullbacks bombing forward with so many players. I'm sure his tactics have 7 8 players in the box right now because everyone is making a run or he's triggering a run at this moment with each and every player with his, and he has a very attacking team as well. Oh, that's going to be another goal. What a block.
There was a great through ball there, and Sid is not messing around anymore. He's there. He's there to attack, and he's giving us quality football to commentate on. And I'm enjoying this affair a lot. Will Sid be able to cover this 2 goal lead, or will Saraj just go through? And as you talked about this earlier, like we're seeing a lot of fullbacks being used in the centre back position to avoid the counters, and it's helping Sid a lot. I mean, the last attack, he only had his Reece James and Walker at the back, only 2 players, and they managed to stop a 3-on-2 attack. And I think that's the new meta now, to have a fullback at centre back because you need that pace. I mean, at least until Tots.
You're right. It takes a lot of pace to catch the likes of attackers like Mbappe and Neymar, and the only way you can do that is having these fullbacks at centre back, which is a great option. There you go with the offside trap again. He's willing to
I mean,
risk it,
he's
and that
not
is what we like to
stopping.
see.
He's not. Yeah, like he knew that he gave away 2 goals with the offside trap, but he's still not stopping because he knows how to use it, and he's still confident somehow. And
With
another
some
Saransh
great
attack,
play, man.
and well defended by Sid again.
2 goal lead, 2 goal lead. It's not too much. It's something that is very doable. If you can see Sid's team, everyone is bombing forward. Look at that. Everyone is making a run right now, and he wants to score. He wants to score so that he doesn't put himself under pressure at the back end of these
What
games.
a
And that's a
passing
very
play!
good opportunity. Sid is extremely good at passing. It's what he does best. And oh, what an interception by Curtis there.
Is it going to be an insane counter attack? No, it's not. Saransh loses the ball again. Sid gets it. Is it going to be a 45th minute goal? It might as well be. What a fake shot! He's looking like a very big threat. What a directional nutmeg, and it's blocked by Saransh. I
Clutch.
mean,
Clutch tackle by Saransh there.
is Sid going to be able to make anything out of this corner?
He's trying to take it with Ronaldo, and
And
nope.
it's cleared. The first half is done, and Sid is providing us with quality attacking football, and that's astonishing. Saransh does not have even a single shot, even though he's trying to attack a lot. He's been in Sid's box, I think, twice, but Sid hasn't allowed him to take a shot, and there Sid goes with the Adama Traore again. And we can look at the
There we
tactics
go.
now.
His
He's using
tactics.
press after possession loss and fast build up. Not a lot of depth though. He's still sticking with 5 depth, but I think he's going to be switching it up in the final 30 minutes if it stays the same.
It's Sid who has dominated this game by far by not letting Saransh take even a shot on goal. I do believe that Saransh is going to have to find a way to beat this 4-3-2-1. The thing is that Saransh will just need one opportunity that he needs to have the composure to take, because at this moment everything has the potential to be extremely open. With that particular formation and with the fullbacks bombing ahead, he needs to have one composure, a composure enough in one chance to actually create and a clear opening for a goal. And I do think that is something that he's very capable of. He may be intimidated by Sid's press at the moment, but I'm sure there will be at least one chance that he will get that Sid needs to stop.
Yeah, agreed, man. But we've seen Sid being insane right now. He's added a player into the box in the tactic because again he's getting desperate for a goal. He only has one half, and Saransh has actually switched to the 5-3-2, which is interesting because he's I think he's having trouble dealing with Sid's press. And this is not something I expected to see. I thought Saransh will be pressing Sid back, but he's going the defensive route, and let's see if it helps him uh, with maintaining this lead, or if Sid can capitalize on this 5-3-2 formation and create more attacks.
What was interesting is that Saransh did not change his Mane with a fullback. He's still playing Mane at fullback, something that we would never see in any other FIFA. But I do, so that just shows that his intention is not to drop back. I guess he just wants the width at all times, so that he can spread the play, which to counter the central attacks that Sid is making right now. His Sid's goal all came from the width that he had with that insane lob through ball to the center, to the fullback that he made, which created an easy cutback. And there's a chance. What will
And
Adama
as you
do?
said,
Is he
he's
good enough?
and what a
Ah,
tackle by Saransh. And you're right, Sid is still using his fullbacks a lot to attack, and it's helping him. And I think the 5-3-2 is a good counter to that. And these players obviously know how to counter each formation, each play style. And there's a crazy skill cancel chain. And what a tackle by Saransh's Walker. We see another Sid's corner coming up. 60 minutes in, the final third coming into play, and Sid's needs a couple more goals. Let's see how it goes.
I do think that Sid genuinely will score one. That is what I'm betting on. I think Sid will score one, and then the pressure will be on Saransh, and then Saransh will score one and somehow win the game. That is my bet. What do you think is going to happen, Darvish?
I mean, it's too close to call
Look,
right now. I mean,
look at that
looking at it,
press.
yeah, he had three players there on that one centre back, and he gets the ball
That's
back.
insane.
No, and he's using this
Mane.
Mane, I mean, as attacking fullback, which is like quite interesting, as you pointed out earlier. Again, his intention is still to attack using his fullbacks, but he needs that width. And what a through ball!
What?
Is he gonna make it? No, he's
Ah,
not. That was close. That was close.
that was
And
quite
Sid has to
perfect.
reset again. I mean, going. I mean, even with Saransh putting the ball in these corners of Sid's third, Sid gets a lot of pressure because he has to reset his attack all over again and try to make those passes and those dribbles again and again.
What a
And what
move!
a
What a
tackle!
move!
I mean, the
Oof.
defense was as good as the attack there. What a
You're
one-two
right.
play, and what a tackle in the end by Saransh. Because if he had not made that tackle, there was a sure shot goal.
That was some reminiscent Arsenal. That looked like that one Arsenal goal that everyone knows. It was that slick passing. It just did not end up being a goal because of Saransh insane last hits tackle, man. It has kept him in the game, and defense is winning him this title if he has actually managed to stay in this game for another 20 minutes.
Yeah, like last 20
Oh, this
minutes, and Saransh has a 2-on-1 situation. One
so
player goes
open.
offside, and okay.
Right.
And
He
Sid's
does
players
not
have
commit.
recovered, and yeah, he's not trying to go for another goal because he has a couple goals lead, and he's trying to keep the
The
ball as
fullback
much as
is
he
free.
can.
Oh,
And as you said, he spotted the fullback. He's trying to create more space for himself. He's trying to keep the ball, and he's trying to put more pressure on Sid because the clock is ticking, and we are in the final 12 minutes of the game plus additional time, and Sid still needs to score two goals, but it still could go anyone's way.
It's just 12 minutes now, and Saransh is just keeping the ball, and he's doing it so well. Oh, this time he did the offside trap at the perfect time, and he's lost the ball cheaply here.
And Saranj gets the ball back, and he's going to try and keep it again. And what a
Oh,
through ball! And
unlucky.
he's finished the game. He's finished the game, and that's a tad bit unfortunate for Sid, but crazy composure by Saranj. And Sid is still not giving up. He's shifted to 10 depth. He still thinks he can make a comeback. Let's see if he actually can. It would be insane.
There we go with the gung ho tactics. 10 depth, 10 players in the box. Let's see if Sid can get one to put pressure on Saransh, but it's highly unlikely. 9 minutes left, and he needs 3 goals.
Yeah, I mean, Sid cannot make a wrong pass if he actually needs to make this comeback. And there we go with Saransh leading that pass. And I think it's pretty much game over now with the last 7 minutes. Sid's gonna press a lot. He's shifted to the constant pressure as we've seen. But Saransh is still keeping the ball against constant pressure, and that's how much composure you need at this level of FIFA. You just, I mean, I don't imagine myself keeping the ball for this long when I'm playing against constant pressure, but we can see Saransh doing that with uttermost ease. And as I said, that Sid gets the ball back. He's going to try and score now. He's still not given up. And what a through ball. But Saransh is not giving him any space there. Okay.
This can be a chance, and that's going to be the classic
That's going to be
Genesis
blocked
reverse
by one.
elastico.
Oh my god! What is happening?
What is happening?
This game? What a turn of events there. And Sid just wishes this would have happened earlier, because now it's of no use. We're at the 90th minute and Sid is still down by 2. It's GG's, game over. Even if Sid manages to score 1, he's still going to be down by 1. I think he might manage to score 1, and he did.
And he
this
does.
is going to sting. This is going to sting a lot. And
That's
so
just-
close.
He dominated the entire game, and he only managed to score in the last 2 minutes of the end of the game. If only he scored these 2 goals, even if this was 10 minutes back, that would have been enough time for him to pile on some real pressure on Saransh. But there you go. Sid dominated this game and deservedly won, but Saransh somehow has managed to cling on to the victory.
And let's look at this. The final scoreline here is Saransh 5 and Sid 4. And what a close affair. And I mean, we've only been done with the first 2 games, but don't be worried. We still have a lot of exciting fixtures coming up. The next fixture is going to be Aditya versus Shubham, and another 2 set of E1 players. Aditya did performed very well at the FIFA World Cup qualifiers, and he managed to get top 16 with all of the aforementioned connection issues and all of the teams which Saudi people have.
You're right. Actually, in fact, Aditya Chadda might just have one of the best teams in India with some insane pack luck. But it's going to be a very difficult game against Shubham Jadhav. As you know, they are friends as well. So it's again a match between friends. And Chadda, in my opinion, has been performing better in the weekend league. Shubham as well, with a much weaker team, did so well in the qualifiers as well. Shubham's team was nowhere close to the teams that he was facing up, and he did send me a bunch of clips that just showed that he was really unlucky with some of the constant press that he had to face in maximum delay that he was not able to get out of, and that's why he got knocked out. But these are both players who have hit Elite One consistently this year, and these are the players who are going to be matching up against each other after playing so many times already.
I mean, agreed. They have experience, and we're going to be looking at this matchup after a short break. Do not move from your seats. We're just coming back. We're going to be back, and see you.
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trend. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही,
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही।
बिल्कुल नहीं, आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trend. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आ जा।
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए, जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट। और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैन फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द फीफा अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
We are back with Josh Presents Esports Premier Series, co-powered by Hell Energy Drink, Oven Story, and Fasos.
And we've witnessed two crazy games till now, and the madness does not stop. The next game we have is Shubham versus Aditya. Both are Elite One players, and it's going to be an entertaining one to watch.
Definitely, if anything, we've been talking a lot about the 5-3-2, but Chadda is one who knows how to use it perfectly. We've seen it multiple times. He's played people on stream, and he's the one. Right, we just have so many people who press so well. Like, he's another guy who plays so confidently without hesitating at all. He's going to be another guy who you will see getting his center back to the halfway line to press, and that's going to be insane. Like, he's going to be the one. He's going to be the guy who is basically using the 5-3-2 to its fullest extent and has the players to back it up.
I mean, agreed. See, as you mentioned earlier, Crusher has had crazy pack luck this year. He's packed base Eusebio, he's packed gold CR7, and obviously he had a crazy team before these pack pulls. And with these pack pulls, he had the money to invest elsewhere, and he has a crazy looking squad right now. And even though Shubham doesn't have that crazier squad, but it's still going to be a crazy matchup, because we've seen how Shubham has performed in the weekend league with that team. And honestly, I just cannot wait to witness this one as well. And let's look at the format now. So the phase 1 is over. We're now gone to the phase 2, but the phase 1 was the single elimination knockout, so no room for mistakes there. But currently we're at the playoffs, and we've started watching the quarterfinals today. These are double eliminations knockout, which means even if you lose a game in the winners bracket, you still have another chance to make up for it in the losers bracket, which gets very intense, because after winning all the games from the losers bracket, you have to beat the winner of the winners bracket twice, while the winners bracket winner has to only win one game. Let's look at the brackets now. See, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to be seeing the crazy CJ versus Saranj game, and we're looking forward to it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that is going to be the biggest game of the night by far. That is a classic matchup that we've seen in so many finals already. And even though CJ is dominating the scene right now, I don't think there is a tougher opponent that he could come up against in Saranjan for sure. And we have some really exciting gameplay coming up as well in Aditya Chadda and Shubham Jadhav, who is going to then play Sagnik, which is again a very, very, very interesting game to see.
Agreed. And even after CJ and Saransh, we have the losers bracket game number 1 coming up, where Sid will battle it out to stay in the tournament against Ranjan, the first game of the losers bracket, and it's going to be exciting as well. And let's look at how Aditya lines up against Shubham. I think he's going to be using the 5-3-2 only, which he used in the qualifiers. And how well did he use that? As you mentioned earlier, I mean, he's been going crazy with that formation. He's settled in so well. He can keep the ball against someone who's pressing, and he obviously has those 5 defenders to block those shots.
You're right. I do know that we are going to see another Hullet coming in and he uses Hullet so well, like the other two have till now, and we're going to see another Hullet masterclass hopefully, and it's genuinely a pleasure. He's one of the better players doing the croqueta cancels as well that Saransh did use to score that insane goal, and CJ did as well. So these skill moves he's going to have in his locker, and Eusebio with that Eusebio factor is going to be a very difficult game for Shubham for sure.
I mean, I'll agree to that because, like, even though that Eusebio is only 89 rated, he has that Eusebio factor, obviously, and that 5-star weak foot. He can just shoot from anywhere, and by now, Aditya is so comfortable with him that you just cannot give him any space. Here we are, kicking off the game, and I just cannot wait. How this I just cannot wait to see how this pans out. So we're going to be looking at the teams now, and the
Right,
second team
five at the back.
is five at the back. Obviously, this is Aditya, and the first team is Shubham. And this is an interesting camera angle. This is the first I've seen the co-op camera, right? This is the co-op, right?
Yep, this is the co-op camera being used because this camera helps you to press quite well because you can see all the players and you can mark all the passes to the players, which is something that Aditya Chadda does very well. And it's going to be super interesting because he is genuinely playing a guy who he has played so many times, and we see an offside trap spam there again. This is something that we've seen
And
a lot of today.
yeah, and even though Sid conceded those two goals using that offside trap, no one is stopping. It seems like everyone's comfortable with it, and it's part of the meta. And that was a crazy bicycle kick pass there, bit redundant, but at least it's entertaining.
It surely is. But there's a lot more entertainment in store coming in this game, man. I can already feel it with some quick 1-2s there that Shubham is up to. And I'm very curious to see what his lineup is. I see a Lam there. I'm not sure if he's playing the Lam at wing back because I do feel like he's a little wasted there. It's of course an insane card with a little low on physicality and not enough pace to play wing back. He must have packed it or something. That's an insane chance.
Yeah, it came out of his mid icon pack, I think. And look at that dribbling there from Shubham, and he's not letting Aditya play comfortably. I don't think Aditya has had the ball for quite long because Shubham has been holding on to it a lot. He's waiting for Aditya's press, and he's anticipating it so well. And that dribbling
Oh,
is like, this is reminding me of CJ,
oh,
the little spaces he's getting
what
out
a
of,
chance!
and well defended by Aditya because again he's not gonna let Shubham score so easily. It's gonna be a balanced game, and Aditya on the counter now with Eusebio. Pass to Hullet.
That was an insane run that he made with his croqueta cancels, which is the go-to skill move at the minute for a lot of people. And you could see just how effective that skill move is in the box because you don't know where the opponent is going to go because of the multiple exits that you can make through the skill move.
Yeah, I mean, if you cancel the croqueta, you can exit anywhere. You can exit to the left or the right, and it's extremely hard to predict where one's gonna go. And if you don't tackle one in time in the box, it's gonna give him a lot of space, and we don't want that. But still, Aditya dealt with the situation fairly well, and he did not concede there. But we know that Shubham's gonna be troubling him a lot in the box.
There you can see Aditya's press. He's trying to cut down every passing lane. He's trying to press with the striker as well, which is something that we don't see very often.
And Shubham holding on to the ball. A good through ball to Mane. And is it start of another crazy dribble? No, this time Aditya says, no, I'm not giving you any space. And Aditya is there on the counter now.
There we go with the player lock. He mistimed it just a little. But if that went through, the Iceman was through, and you know what comes at the end of it.
Agreed. Like if Eusebio was 1-on-1, it was a goal, sure shot. You just cannot take it away. Any goalkeeper, like no goalkeeper is stopping Eusebio's shot. But as we saw that he just mistimed that pass a little bit. A very innovative use of the player lock feature, I must say.
Shubham has been playing so well, and that's an opportunity,
In the
and
box.
he's missed it.
And the
Shot right at
dribbles
the
which
keeper.
Shubham is coming up with, and that ball roll and scoop turn combo has been used a lot as we've seen, and it's very effective as well. Alongside the croqueta cancel, these are the two main skill moves we've been seeing out of every game. And the balls with Aditya now, with an attack from
Shubham
the
has
left
been
back.
dominating.
But all Aditya
Bullet.
needs is one chance with the Eusebio, and it's a goal for him.
100%. I think look at the way that he's pressing. He wants to take that risk. He wants to take that risk, and he gets rewarded for it. I think that this formation, Chadda has the perfect players as well, because he has three players like we were talking about earlier who can score and attack. And oh, that was a great opportunity for a bridge which has been somehow defended by Crusher.
Yeah, barely defended. Crusher's sweating right now because of how well Shubham is attacking, and the dribbles are just insane. While he's trying to go on the counter a lot, but he hasn't seen the inside of Shubham's box as Shubham has. And even though the score is 0-0, I'm pretty sure both of these players are feeling a lot of pressure.
I'm sure that Crusher is feeling a lot of pressure right now with not even one opportunity that he has been able to create. One clear cut chance has not been created by Chadda, which is very unlike him. He seems to be off form here. If he can pick it up in the second half, that is something that everyone is looking forward to. We want to see chances created on both ends to actually make it an interesting game. We've already seen some insane dribbles by Shubham, and we do hope that one of them actually results in a goal.
Yeah, man. And what a through ball there. And I think he should have taken the shot a little earlier there. That was a wasted opportunity at the 45th minute. And what a through ball. I just want to look at that through ball again and again. Opened up the entire defense with one pass and still not able to finish. There's like Shubham's lacking that finishing touch here with all those crazy dribbles in the box and a lot of possession inside Crusher's half. But he's still lacking that finishing touch, which I think he should be getting in the second half. Because if he doesn't score a, a goal or two in this half, he's going to be kicking himself for making all these chances. And I think Crusher is going to be picking up a lot of pace as well, because again we've seen these pro players adapt to their opponents, and I think Crush is going to be trying a different approach now. He might try to like play a little faster. Let's see how it goes. And the second half is coming up now.
I do think he will have to do something he will have to change something to actually create an opportunity. He's been rushing things, and look at that press already. That is some insane press that he has triggered. And I'm not sure if that's required at this stage of the game, but it is the way he plays. And he wants to make the most use of it. And a great press can lead to very simple chances being opened up. So it is definitely a risk worth taking. And look at that press. He does not care if he has to take his centre backs out of position, or anyone out of position for that matter, to actually go ahead and get the ball. But Shubham has been outplaying him so well.
Yeah, I mean, Aditya obviously had to take a different approach because he was being attacked relentlessly by Shubham. And now with this pressure coming on, I think Shubham's going to struggle reaching the box. But he's here in the box again with that dribble, but it's defended by Aditya. And Shubham is not stopping. Shubham is just not stopping with those dribbles. And I think he might be able to score a couple goals one or two.
Oh, that's
And it's opened up
unlucky. And that's even
the.
more unlucky.
What was
Oh,
that finish? How
oh,
do you miss
that's
that? I
how do
mean,
you
that
miss
was
that?
unlucky
How do
for
you miss
Aditya,
that?
but being in that one-on-one situation, that's something that might uh, that Shubham might regret later. But he's still going strong. He's still come in the box, but Aditya gets the ball back. But what do you think? Aditya's 5-3-2.
Wait,
Oh my God! What a counter attack!
what a
What a through ball!
ball! If he actually
The
manages to
Iceman.
score here, that'd be,
What a shot
oh
cancel
my god!
and against the run of play, one through ball to Eusebio. As we
There
were saying
you
earlier,
go.
we he
There you go.
like Aditya just needs one chance with Eusebio, and he created that well. But it feels bad to be Shubham right now because all of those chances and that open miss, that open chance which he just shot to the keeper. After all of that, he just concedes. But I don't think he's going to be super demotivated. He's still going to be going strong into the box. But Aditya will have a smile on his face right now that he managed to score even though he was barely getting into the box and against the run of play.
You're right. I don't think there's any reason for Shubham to be demotivated in any manner. He's been the one who's been dominant. I think he's going to be the one who's going to still continue to dominate Crusher here. But I do think that you can't give away such an easy goal because that one through ball was just that run just needs to be tracked. The thing is, it's Eusebio, and those AI runs are going to be much better on a card like Eusebio compared to a Mane or anyone. There we go again with an
Another through
insane through
ball.
ball, and it's just opening up space so easily. And it's going to be
Yeah,
very, very, very unfortunate if he actually concedes another one the same way he did the
but
first.
Shubham defends and he gets the ball back. He's trying to go on the counter and he's going strong. The ball is passed to Adama, and he Adama seems to be a favorite card. We've seen him in 2 matches out of 3 now. And what do you think about this card? Like this left back, I think Shubham is playing him at the wing back position, and I think earlier we saw him in the midfield position.
I do think that Adama is one of the most broken cards in this game. I'm very, very, very regretful of the fact that I did not complete his SBC, and I know that you did, so you're smiling right now. But he's a
Yes,
card
I
that can
am.
be played anywhere. We can be played. A lot of pros have played him centre back. A lot of pros have played him CDM, and wing back seems to be his most natural position, which is now the new meta. And I think he excels at it. And another chance. Can he
Another chance with
finish? And what a
Eusebio, and
finish!
that was another one-on-one with Eusebio and another goal for Aditya. That was a tad bit unfortunate there because Shubham did tackle, but you just cannot take the ball away from Eusebio sometimes. That's just how the card is. And we saw just Shubham, I think, shifted to the 5-3-2. I don't think he was playing 5-3-2 earlier, but I think he's adapting to the opponent. He's like, if he's using it that well, I can create a couple chances, but I think that's a mistake. He should stick with the 4-4-2 because he was doing so well with it, and
Oh,
I
that's
think
so unlucky.
it's going to put a lot of pressure on Shubham in the second game.
You're right. This is how harsh competitive gameplay can be. You can get hard done by so easy if you do not take your chances. And at the end of the day, he's got to be kicking himself for not actually scoring the two opportunities that he had.
I mean, agreed. He had one of those just came to him using like because of the game, just like we saw here with Eusebio. The game's not just favored Aditya, it's favored Shubham at times as well, but Shubham failed to convert and he was punished with it later. And look at that defense. Now, I don't think Aditya is going to give a lot of more opportunities to Shubham to get into a one-on-one situation. It's going to be very troublesome for Shubham, but I think he still might be able to pull through. Let's see what happens. We have the last 10 minutes of this game, and Shubham needs to score at least one goal to keep the morale up.
You're right. I do. Oh, that's. Oh my God. These through balls are actually scary. And Chadda will going back after this after this game, look back on how he can play better, because this has not been his best at all. He's played well enough to actually score his chances, but he definitely needs to lace up his boots and do better for sure. But Shubham needs to now learn to be more composed and actually score off of a very clear one-on-one opportunity. And I think that's another chance, and that's
What
an
a bridge and another finish which was choked by his Mane. But like Shubham's going to be kicking himself now because he's down by 2 goals. The game's about to end. He might not get another chance like that in this game. And in the next game, he's gonna have to go with a pressure tactic, which will open up a lot of more space for Aditya, as we saw earlier with this five at the back
and
formation. And
another
another,
one, man. He's
no,
so
Eusebio just missed. So we just witnessed Eusebio missing. I don't think we see a lot of that. But
that was a
I think,
very easy chance.
and it should have been in as well, but it Eusebio decided to make it interesting for all of us and keep the game at 2-0. Let's see how it goes in the second game. And in this game, look at that. Look at the possession
Oh my
stats.
God.
68% possession for Shubham with 5 goals and 4 on target, and 3 shots for Aditya, and 2 goals out of those 3 shots, and only a 30% possession. And I think Shubham still has it in him to get a comeback, but he's got to get more composed with his finishing.
I do think that is extremely likely that he will make a comeback in some sort in the second half, because he is dominating. He is keeping the ball very well against Chadda's press, which is something that we've spoken about before. The fact that been able to find the key to his press to unlocking the defense is what makes him capable to actually score goals. And he has had opportunities, 3 very good opportunities at the end with Mane there as well. He just needs to score 3 of those and somehow prevent Eusebio from doing a madness that he has been as all this while. And yeah, I think he definitely has it in him to beat Crusher. The team that Crusher has is a huge advantage at the minute, especially Eusebio. And the gold Varan is clearly struggling. I do think that Shubham still can outscore Shadda.
Yeah, as we saw in this first half of this game, that we did not even see Chadda attack a little. I mean, he tried to, but the press of Shubham was crazy, and the defense was just unbreakable. But we were proved wrong we when Eusebio chased that first through ball, and we got to know that all it takes is one good through ball, and that's how the scoring got opened. And after that, the second goal was just because Shubham got a little demotivated there and started choking a little. But honestly, I think if Shubham continues creating chances at this rate, I think a comeback is what we're going to see as well.
I do think that is likely what is going to happen. 1 goal for Shubham, and it's going to be super interesting. And he definitely has it in him, like we already said. I do think he needs to make that one extra skill move just to be the last man, so that the shot does not get blocked. Otherwise, he's played the perfect game. He just needs to stop Eusebio. I guess
Basically,
the
he's
only thing he go ahead.
Basically, he just needs the composure of Charanjot, as we saw earlier in the first games, and that's the only thing he's been missing. So I mean, I think we're just gonna have to wait and find out. The game's starting soon, but I think we might see a very crazy comeback here.
It's very likely, and I'm very, very, very interested to actually see if Shubham can actually make a comeback. It's that is going to bring back some real entertainment back into the game, and then we will see some insane press on both sides, because that's the way that they play, and they do not drop back at all. And yeah, that means more goals. So I'm definitely interested to see how this game goes for Shubham, and to see if Chadda actually has upped his game, because he was not playing at a level that he would be happy with. He would not be happy to let the opponent have so much of the ball.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Aditya gave a lot of space to Shubham, and Shubham used it well, but just did not find that finishing touch earlier. But now we're gonna have to see how Chadda defends his two-goal lead, or how Shubham penetrates through it. The kickoff is with Shubham, and he started off quickly with a couple passes which were way too fast for me to see. And Chadda presses again. Chadda's keeping up the press. He's not dropping back, and yeah, he's on the front foot now. He seems much more confident than earlier.
Yeah, he's making the riskier passes. He's just going for it. He's trying to press as much as he can. There we go again. A press with the centre back till the full back. He does not care, and that just
And
means more space for Shubham.
I mean, more space, but that much pressure coming on you, it's not easy to make a split second decision, and that's what it's all about in Pro FIFA. And look at that. See, Chadda just pressing Shubham there. Shubham did not have any options. Even if he did, his mind did not respond at time. And those are the split second decisions we get to see at this level.
I do think Chadda is rushing it a little bit. That through ball was not on at all, and it was not required. But it did work for him the previous game. I do think. Oh,
Yes.
what?
Oh my
What
god.
a
Another
cross.
Eusebio miss. And that was the first. I think this is the first time we've seen a cross come in all of these games. And but it was a great cross. It was received by Eusebio, but somehow not converted.
We're gonna have to go check the heading accuracy stat on that Eusebio card, because we know everything else is perfect.
Agreed, man. And Shubham's here on the counter. I think that's offside. Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
that is
offside.
offside. The
And
interesting part there was that he actually moved both the centre backs to actually make the player offside. It wasn't an offside trap, which was
I mean,
definitely a very interesting tactic.
you need to have your like you need to be that good at player switching if you want to do that. You need to be very quick with that, because a split second delay will result in a goal, as we saw earlier when Sid tried that offside trap and Saransh exploited it. But Aditya just demonstrated that perfectly. With We have another chance with Mane,
Oh,
and what
what
a
a
goal!
goal!
This time it's a goal. And Shubham just finding his finishing touches, even though there was a tackle from Aditya, but this was long due.
You're
At
right,
least
it
he's
was deserved.
and Crusher has the
I
ball
do
now.
think that that Mane is the gold Mane, and that's why he's been missing a couple of those chances. And he did get tackled there, and it just was not enough strength from the centre back there from Chadda to for Mane to be able to turn like that before his tackle. And definitely deserved coming from the previous game. But yeah, as we said, now the game is going to really open up.
And well tried by Chadda, but the possession is back with Shubham. But Chadda does not stop pressing. He's pushed his fullback into Shubham's half, which has opened up the left wing, and Shubham's still going on. He's still not lost the ball with two players pressing him. We might see something here, but he slowed it down a
That's
bit.
That's really smart by him, because as he slows down the play, that means his press can take a pause as well. He cannot possibly cut down each and every passing lane, so slowing down the play and creating one good opportunity seems like it is the way to go with Crusher.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, with someone like Crusher, you barely get an opening, and that's the opening which Shubham is waiting for. And but Chadda does not give him time on the ball now and presses him instantly. Are we going to see another through ball to Eusebio? Yes, we are, but it gets blocked by Shubham, and Shubham will be initiating a counter attack now with Mane again. And he slowed down the play again, looking for the perfect opportunity. He's done the player lock, but not a very successful one. The ball is still with Shubham.
I do think that Crusher should try to hold the ball against Chadda, because if Chadda keeps giving the ball away with these through balls, then oh my god, am I
What
wrong
a through
already? Oh
ball
my god.
again! What a through ball again! I mean,
Jesus Christ,
the
this is
five.
just unfair at this point.
Honestly, all Chadda is doing is pressing L1 triangle at the right time, and everything is being managed by Eusebio. But he's spotting those passes, and Shubham is not. That is why Shubham is getting punished here. But the game just got more interesting now with Aditya scoring another goal here. Shubham is down by 2 again. I think Shubham is gonna have to press harder now and switch to another formation. I think he's still running the 5-3-2 with attacking fullbacks, but I don't think it's attacking enough. I think he's gonna have to switch to another formation. What are your thoughts?
I do think that I do really believe that all he needs to do is start tracking the runs manually. He's constantly getting exposed because of these through balls, because he's not manually trying to. He does not. At this point, it is predictable that he is going to be making that through ball. I do think that he needs to start manually tracking the run instead of his defenders actually tracking the run of Eusebio, because him manually doing it is going to give him a little more time to actually predict and get ahead of the ball, and not behind, just the way that Eusebio has been getting through every single time that we have seen.
I
Otherwise,
mean,
Shubham is
agreed,
playing
agreed.
well. That Yeah, it's honestly just tracking the runs.
Yeah, I mean, manually, as you said earlier, Shubham's not tracking the runs well enough, and that's what Aditya has been exploiting, and he's been doing that very well. Another through ball to Hullet, but this time, Shubham says, "Nah, Hullet is not making that run." But oh, we have the ball with Shubham now, and Chadda presses him to get the ball back. The ball's with Ronaldo. Crazy cricketer cancel, and Crusher's getting more comfortable now. We did not see these skills earlier. Like, we obviously saw the cricketer cancel, but the scoops and the elasticos have just started coming in, which means Crusher's feeling very confident now, and I think he's going to be holding on to the ball a lot now.
You're right. This is going to be really, really, really difficult for Shubham to come back from, just mentally, because of the kind of goals that he's conceded. I know how it feels to be hard done by through balls, and the fact that it's Eusebio and he's facing Eusebio's baby card as well, which is one of the most glitchy card in the history of foot. He should basically just not be allowed, but Shubham needs to find a way to track those runs. As you could see just a couple of minutes back, Chadda was actually tracking the run manually, which Ronaldo was making. So it just stops Shubham even thinking of playing that ball to him. If Shubham can start doing that, even if it's a visual indicator for Chadda, that Chadda can see that this guy is tracking that run, and this run is not going to be marked. I mean, this run is not available for me to make a through ball to. That might at least stop him from actually trying the through ball.
Yeah, agreed. Shubham should be tracking it manually by now because he's already conceded so many goals by it, but he's still not tracking it, which means like there's something lacking. And as we said that we almost saw another Eusebio through ball, but the offside line stopped it, which has not been a very good friend of Shubham, honestly, because all of those runs have been onside and have been pretty deadly.
But there we could see that again, that it was so easy for just the entire defense to be split up by just that one ball, and the entire defense was gone. It was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the formation that Shubham is trying to play is not something that he's comfortable with at all. I do believe that that is something that is actually possible here in this stage, because not too many people have actually used the formation quite a lot, because it's been a very, very, very new meta. And I do know that Chadda used this formation much before anyone else tried it.
Yeah, agreed. When the new step over patch came, that's when he actually started using the formation, and he did so well with it at the qualifiers. He reached top 16 at the qualifiers, and that was using the 5-3-2 only. And Shubham is like relatively new to the formation, and that's why like when he's trying to mirror this formation, Aditya is going to come out on top.
The one of the huge advantages of this formation is those through balls. It's the fact that you can stay so compact in defense, you can press so high up, and you can play those through balls, and that's one of the best ways to attack this year, and most
I
effective
mean,
as well.
yeah, agreed. That we've witnessed that in this game, the power of these through balls. And what a bridge there!
Oh, what a
Finally, some
goal!
composure. Let's go. And Shubham is back in the game. We finally saw that extra pass coming in. I did not see that
Extra
coming.
pass was class.
I thought he would shoot and he would miss again. Maybe it might go in, but that extra pass just did the trick for Shubham. And I think he knows what he was lacking earlier. And we have a very interesting game on our hands now with the final third commencing, and Shubham only down by 1 goal. He just needs to keep his head in defense and needs to start marking those Eusebio runs, because that's what are costing him the goals, and he just cannot afford to concede at this moment of time.
You're right. Chadda is going to have to find a way to score another one, because the pressure from Shubham is going to be relentless for sure. He's not going to be the one who's going to be sitting back. He will press back to get that first goal, to get that third goal, to actually tie things up. And if it's going to be a draw, then we go to golden goal, which is going to be an instant death, and really unlucky for someone who has scored, who has been scored on with through balls, and another one for Chadda,
Oh
and he
my
did
god.
not
And
make it through.
this time it's well defended by Shubham. You saw the switch there. He just slid in there. He said, "No, I'm not taking any more of these through balls, and I am just stopping you right there. You have to figure out another way to score now, because I know how to switch."
I do hope that Shubham can make a comeback to make things interesting. But all Chadda has to do at this point is tell his fullbacks to stay back if he is that kind of person. But he would never. He's still going to be pressing as high as he can, and he's going to try to get that one goal. It would be very interesting to see what the tactics will be. Do you think Shubham is going to change formation?
Yes, I think he's gonna be switching to the 4-3-1-2 like Sid did earlier, but it might be too late. There's only 15 in-game minutes left, and as we know, Chadda is deadly with the 5-3-2. There might be a time shortage, but Shubham's definitely gonna switch a formation because he needs a goal.
You're right. 4-3-2-1 is going to be the go-to formation for Shubham to actually make a comeback. And I do hope he sees it and uses it, because otherwise in a five back you have one less body of attack, and that may just end up being crucial for Shubham to get a goal. And here we can he misplaced the pass. All Shubham needs to do
And
is keep the ball and find one good opportunity.
And I think Chadda's going to keep the ball for a bit here and try to trouble Shubham and frustrate him as much as he can. Because, like, at the end of the day, even these players know all the mechanics. It just comes down to being a really good mind
Oh,
game.
that's a
And what a
great
through
ball
ball
by
again!
Hullet, and he's clutched up. He's
What a
clutched
through
up.
ball again. And that is just so disappointing for Shubham, because he now has to score 2 goals in 10 minutes in game, and I think it might be game over because Chadda's defense is on another level. He's not giving any space to shoot, but Shubham might just get 1 goal, but that's all. Oh, that might happen. Last 7 minutes with Chadda having the ball comeback is very unlikely now. Chadda might try to close the game.
You're right. I don't think Shubham has a chance anymore. 2 goals against this opposition is going to be very, very, very difficult. And you can see the way he's pressing. He's gotten his right centre back to the left side just to press. And that is insane. And no one, oh my God, what just happened? What are
I
these
mean,
through balls?
you just cannot stop these through balls. I was wrong earlier. I thought Shubham just learned how to stop these through balls, but I don't think it's possible now because as deadly as these are, can you notice that all of Aditya's goals have come from through balls? I mean, another one. Look at that. He just does not stop. Even though, like at this point, he should be keeping the ball, he should be closing the game down, but he does not care. He's still going for those through balls. And as we were talking about through balls,
Unlucky.
Shubham just put in a very good one, but he wasn't able to convert, and that was unfortunate. That was a very entertaining game to watch. Shubham dominated the first half of the first leg, but Aditya came out on top at the end. But this game, Shubham came close to a comeback when he was only 1 goal away, but then Aditya went in and scored another to end the game. What are your thoughts on this?
I do think that Chadda's team played a lot into the way that he generally plays this game. I don't think that any other player, I mean, there would be very few players who would make that run and be able to body the other players while making that through ball and even make those runs in general. I think Hullet clutched up in the moment that when he needed to clutch up. I do think that Chadda may have gotten away with it with his insane defending, but his attack was a bit lackluster with the through ball spams, but it worked out for him. And Shubham was not composed enough.
Agreed. I mean, we did see Aditya struggling to attack in the first leg, but he did come out on top, even though he had lesser shots, he had lesser possession, but he did see the game through. And I think if Chadda needs to go on in this tournament, he needs to get a wow factor in those through balls. Just cannot win you tournaments. They can win you games, but they cannot win you tournaments. He needs to get something special now.
You are absolutely right. Um, I do think that Crusher definitely has the capability because he has beaten all the top players on his day, and I do think that he has scraped past this one. I'm sure he himself will say that Shubham deserved the victory, and I do think that this is going to be very interesting to see the way he plays in his next games as well. But now for our break, right? We'll see you guys in a minute for the upper bracket game of Saransh versus CJ, which is going to be the game of the night. We can't wait, but we have to. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा, हुनर का जादू चला के जलवा दिखा जा। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही
बिल्कुल नहीं, आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना ई-स्पोर्ट्स करियर शुरू कर सकता है। ई-स्पोर्ट्स प्रीमियर सीरीज का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से ई स्पोर्ट्स के यूट्यूब चैनल पे।
Welcome back, everyone, to Josh Presents Esports Premier Series, co-powered by Hell Energy Drink, Oven Story, and Fasos.
Welcome back, guys, and we have come to the biggest matchup of the night, CJ versus Saransh. Everyone wants to see this, and I just cannot wait.
I cannot wait as well. This is going to be easily. This is basically a finals game, don't you think, Darvish?
Agreed, man. We've already seen so many national finals which involved CJ and Saransh, and the brackets have been a little unfortunate to both of these players, but the format supports them, and either of these players can come back from the losers bracket and make it to the actual finals. And let's show you guys the brackets and how it looks right now.
Right. So Charanjot versus Saransh. This is the line. This is what we spoke about early on, man. This is the game that we were talking about at the very beginning. this was the game that everyone wants to see, and it's here, right? Saransh managed to clutch up against Sid. CJ completely, sadly annihilated Ranjan, and this is going to be a game that we all predicted. They were both the favorites, and they both managed to actually make it to the semis. And now this is going to be so if you guys don't know, I think Charanjot is now leading in India with the most number of national titles, but Saransh is not too much not too far away. I think he's only a couple behind, and this is going to be Saransh's opportunity to actually try to catch up to CJ from running away with it.
I mean, agreed. These two have share such a great history. We've seen both of these players on the top of a lot of national tournaments, and they've both represented the country. They've both come out as winners, and honestly, this is the game which I was looking forward to. This is the game, as you said earlier, we talked about a potential matchup, and the potential matchup has led us to this stage. And I just I cannot wait to see how it turns out.
You're right. CJ still managed, still being the favorite here, but I do believe this is as tough as it could get for him. Very few players come to the level that Saransh has previously played at and is still playing at, and he would want. It's so strange to even call Saransh the underdog, but he is the underdog in this one, and he somehow needs to manage to make sure that he still is called the best in the country, and it's just not a given that CJ is the best. It's something that he has to play for his pride and for the tournament, and adding another national title to his bio.
I mean, these two players have faced each other at so many tournament finals, and they've experienced so much. And as we can see, we have Saransh at in the home white jersey and CJ in the away Liverpool kit. The game's kicked off with Saransh having the possession, and both of these players like to press. So, what do you take away from that? How do you think the game's gonna pan out?
I do think this is going to be a game of who's going to make a mistake. I think that is what is going to be defining the game. And what a play by CJ already, and what a tackle! What a finish!
Great, that
What
was
a
a great
cracking
tackle
start to
there.
the game!
But I must say there was a mistake there. You cannot give CJ that much space on the edge of the box. And that's how CJ came in and punished Saransh. That was a tad bit unfortunate because Saransh did manage a last minute tackle there, but it just bounced off to CJ's Hullet's feet, and that was an easy finish for him. But only 5 minutes into the game, and CJ is up 1-0. But Saransh is not gonna give up this easily. He's gonna give up. He's gonna give a very tough fight, and I think the next goal, which is coming up, is going to be scored by Saransh.
That's a good bet to have. That's a really good bet to have. All right. I do think that CJ will end up scoring another one, right? Because I think it was very easy for the first goal to be scored in such a. Oh, there we go.
Oh
What a
my god! What a save there! What a save there! And the directional nutmeg, CJ's favorite skill move after the step over patch, and he's been using it so well. But now Saransh is on the counter, and he has a lot of options. Look at those passes. Look at those short passes. He did not have space to wait for even a second there, and the quick fire passing there by Saransh. But CJ is not giving him any space to go through. But Saransh is still looking for a pass, and he finds one to Ronaldo,
and easy.
and
Oh,
it gets
what a
blocked.
tackle.
Saransh has it,
And that's a
and
goal.
it gets saved by Pope.
Oh, what a
And that's
press.
some great composure from Charanjot with the
That's
crazy press coming in. Somehow CJ still has the ball with that press coming in from Saransh, and CJ seems to be on a very deadly attack now with Mbappe on the left wing.
He was so close. The way that
Oh my
what a shot!
god! What is
This is going to be
happening?
end to end, isn't it?
I think we're about to see a goal fest because it's only been 20 minutes and we've already seen, I think, 4 one-on-one chances from both of these players combined. And that means like we're getting a one-on-one chance every 5 minutes. And I just cannot wait for the game to shape up and Saranj get a goal in and maybe like get the game balanced so that both of these players have an equal amount of press coming in and not too much pressure to either side.
It looked like it was going to be a goal when Cruyff had that shot, and it was a shot that was that such usually is the shot that goes in, and more than that, having Cruyff at the end of it, and the fact that he was not able to score, that's really unfortunate for Saranj.
Yeah, honestly, like if you are at that angle, if you want anyone to finish that, it's going to be Cruyff, obviously, because he can finish it with either foot. But he did disappoint Saranj there. But we have a counter attack coming in from Saranj. It was well defended by him. He has the ball. He sees a through ball to Mane, but obviously CJ interprets it. That was too predictable, and
The
CJ gets the
mirroring
ball
part,
back.
the mirroring formations as well, though. That's definitely interesting. They're both playing the same 4-4-2, and they both believe that that's still the early meta that was in the game. That's what they're still rolling with, which is quite commendable. And this is another chance, and he's
And
somehow
another block. And these guys are just not stopping. They want to score and score and score. And these one-on-one chances are getting more intense as we speak. It's been 30 minutes, but again, the shots have been coming in from both parties, and none of them is just like trying to slow down the play or keep the ball. They're just looking at an option and just completing the pass as they see an option. And CJ gets the ball back, attacking from the left.
what a
But
press by Saransh.
what
And
a
that's
press!
so insane amounts of composure. He's trying to get one really, really good opportunity. Oh, that's a great pass. Oh, unlucky. What a tackle, and he's messed up
He gets
there.
the ball back, and
Oh,
oh
what
my
a
god,
shot.
what a save by Pope! It's a short fest, but we're not getting goals. I mean,
This is insane.
just
Pull it
insane,
with the
as you
ball.
said.
A pen.
And that's a
There we
call.
go.
That's a pen, and a
No
chance
way.
for Saranj to score. But these situations are very nerving because only three options, and Saran
Yeah.
scores straight down the middle, and it's 1-1. We're approaching the end of the first half of the first leg, and it looks like a very even game right now. It can go either way.
It can definitely go either way. This has been so entertaining to watch. Easily the most entertaining game that we've seen, and not. I mean, you could argue that CJ's game, the first game, was entertaining, but this is a more tight
This
affair,
is
as we all suggested it to be.
this is just end to end stuff, and the best players in the country. It does not get any better than this, and the highest level of FIFA is being witnessed right now. I'm just grateful to be casting this.
Absolutely right, man. These are the top two players in the country, and I don't think too many will argue with the fact that these are the two guys who have been dominant in the past few years, and honestly, at this point, seem to be continuing this streak of dominance and coming up against each other in the semis. It'll honestly be a match made in heaven if one of them here loses and ends up making it to the final from the losers bracket, because that's how
On
I would see one of the losers panning out here.
Yeah, honestly, that's how I see the game going as well. I mean, one of these gets knocked out here, and they meet again in the finals. But as we can all see, we are already witnessing a CJ versus Saransh matchup in the semifinals because of a little unfortunate brackets. And what do you think of the first half? I think it was fairly balanced. Saransh did get a penalty, but he was creating a lot of clear cut chances, and CJ obviously scored that crazy goal. So, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Right. I do think that Hullet has played such a big role in both of these games, like all of these games, first of all, but especially in the first half, because he's the one who scored and he's the one who got the penalty. And it's always been a KG affair, but it's that one man who's making all the difference in their teams.
Yeah, man. I mean, even if you cannot see Hullet a lot on the ball, you know that him being present on the field, it does make a difference. And what is
Oh
happening here?
no.
The game's
It's
been
that
glitched.
glitch.
The
The
game's
game's
been
been
glitched.
glitched.
I
That's
think
super
they're
unfortunate.
going to be restarting. I think one of them's going to have to quit, and yeah, the game's going to have to restart at 50 minutes. And EA Sports, man.
EA Sports, it is. This is how we've all played the game. This is the game we play. But the best players. This basically means that this can happen to anyone, even the best. Ah, it's
Obviously,
back. Insane.
yes, it's
It's
back.
back.
They did not have to restart. Let's go. We did not have any technical difficulties here, which we were expecting.
I'm surprised how they were able to pause the game.
Yeah, I don't think it usually gets paused like that, but it did work out in their favor, and we're back with the game. Did not waste too much of their time. Saransh trying to get another in and get into the head of CJ, but CJ gets the ball back with that press, and he's gonna try and build up. And that's a great through ball. There was good pressure from Saransh, but CJ did manage to keep the ball.
Because of this pressure, neither of them have been able to keep the ball at all. No one's been dominant on the ball. Like usually you see CJ just standing there waiting for his opponent to come. You haven't seen that even once here.
Yeah,
Then you
because
know that what the opponent is bringing to the table. Oh,
and
what
that
a nutmeg!
directional nutmeg again. I mean, CJ is so good with these. He's proven us. Oh, he's proven that he knows how to do the directional nutmeg again and again. And we've witnessed another one of these goals. And I just feel very bad for Saranj because he was helpless there. There was nothing he could have done there because of the situation Charanjot had created for himself. And Saranj is chasing the game once again with Charanjot at 2 and Saranj at 1.
It was a very close angle. There was barely any space, and these directional nutmegs, they may look easy, but you have to time the angle correctly, and that is something that people, at least I do, really struggle with. Because it's the directional nutmeg is quite a sensitive skill move with the left stick. So if you don't have the direction correct, then it just messes up everything for you. But the fact is, oh, it's a great chance. Unlucky. Great
And
defending.
well defended.
But as I was saying, I do think that it requires quite a lot of skill to even see that space in that moment. More than Saransh being helpless.
Yeah, I mean, even if someone sees that skill coming, it's just very hard to defend because these directional nutmegs, as you said, they're very sensitive to the left stick, and there are two ways, like there are two exits which you can take to change the direction, and it's very hard to predict which one your opponent is going to take when your opponent is as composed as CJ and might just do what you're not even thinking about in attacking. I mean, look at those skills. He's so confident that he's not going to lose the
Very
ball.
good.
He's
We
killing
saw
his
that
way through.
actually tracking that run on the striker, and that's why Saransh didn't play that pass. Otherwise, that was a pass that was an easy through ball that anyone would play for a goal. And that was because that run was being manually tracked, he was not playing. He did not. He hesitated. Even if that pass would have gone through.
Yeah, that's what happens when you manually switch and mark all the passes. And as you see, both of these players excel at player switching and marking passes, but they're equally creative at attacking and using skills. And we can see the possession has changed hands once again with Saransh with the ball, trying to attack, trying to get back into the game with that one goal, which CJ had created with that insane directional nutmeg. What a through ball! And I did not see that pass. I thought that Hullet would intercept that, but I guess you need to be as good as Saranj to pull that off.
You're right. And this hasn't been a CJ dominant game. And this is not something that we see very often, is there? This has been a very, very, very even affair. Saransh just needs one moment of magic because you don't see CJ making a lot of mistakes as well. So it's Saransh, and it's all dependent on how he's going to be able to create that one chance that is going to be a goal scoring opportunity.
I mean, both of these players are pressing so well, and Saranch obviously being like known for his press, and CJ being known for keeping the ball against the press. But we can see that the game is like going pretty even with CJ. Just
Oh,
oh
he
my
just
god,
overdid it a little too
yeah,
much.
just I think a couple skill moves there might have opened up, but you just cannot face CJ's press like that. You obviously hesitate to dribble against CJ because of how great he is at pressing. So
What a
that's what
press that
happens at
is
this
by
level.
Saransh.
What a ball!
Right. I do think that this is when Saransh is going to have to maybe resort to a through ball or two to actually create that space and then go on a run on his own with his player and be the last man.
And I think we're
He's
about to see
holding the
that
ball
through ball.
very well. This is going to be a great opportunity, and
Another
he's done the
directional
directional
nutmeg,
nutmeg.
but it wasn't as good as CJ's directional nutmeg, and it gets intercepted easily. We're in the ending moments of the game now, 87th minute, and Saransh really needs a goal in order to equalize the game because otherwise
That could be a
CJ
mistake.
will be and a mistake by
He did.
CJ, well pressed by Saransh. And is that a foul? I think that's a free kick. Yes, it is. Quickly taken by Saransh.
That's going to be a great chance, and that's a
And
goal.
that's what a goal, man. What a goal, what a fake shot. And 90th minute, it makes things even more interesting to all. I mean, what is missing in this game?
This is
I just
football of the highest class. It does not get any better than this. And you've seen it all here, man. You've seen how tough this game has been for both of them. And the way that they've managed to keep their head into the game, have the right mentality, and actually make a comeback. This is perfectly set for the second leg, and I can't wait.
I mean, neither can I, man. Look at those stats. They've proved that the game's been so even. Both of these have 5 shots on target, and the as we can see, the result was 2 goals to Saranj and two to CJ. Nothing separating these two. Saranj pulling off a crazy 90th minute equalizer, and we're just gonna have to find out in the second leg what's gonna happen.
You're right. And honestly, I just wish the second leg just goes on forever because watching these two play is genuinely a treat. It's the way that FIFA is meant to be played, but cannot be played by 99% of the people who hold a controller in their hands trying to achieve what these two do with the ball with the ball on the field, man. It's genuinely insane. They are fearless in the way that they press, and they're so creative in the way that they attack, and it's going to be insane.
I mean, definitely, as you said, this is the way. This is how FIFA is meant to be played at the highest level, and most of us just watch people doing it. These players are actually doing it, and it's a treat to watch. I can cast on it forever. I can cast on as many CJ versus Saranj games as there will ever be, but honestly, I'm looking forward to a CJ versus Saranj final in this when either of these players make it to the final from the loser bracket. There's going to be a hell of a game to watch. I mean,
You're
this is
right.
not even over it, and I'm discussing that. That just speaks something.
Of course, I think we it's probably unfair to the other people who are participating in this tournament, and we're talking about just them gonna be in the finals, but it is something that they have deserved for playing the way that they do, man. It's something that these guys have achieved in the past, and they deserve to be in the finals. It'll be actually insane if one of the underdogs actually manages to clutch up against one of these in the loser bracket finals and get themselves a spot in the finale.
I mean, obviously, it's going to be interesting if someone actually clutches up and does that. We'll be there to watch if someone can do that, but it just seems highly unlikely if just looking at these players play. But if it does happen, it's gonna be a pretty major upset. Not gonna lie. I don't think. Oh, I mean, I know we're being unfair to the other participants here, but the level of FIFA I've seen here, I don't think I'll be watching this at any other game.
You're right. You're absolutely right, man. That's why I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, and I don't have the patience to actually wait for the couple of minutes for them to send their invites and get into a game. But what do you think is going to happen in the second leg, man? Who are you putting your bets on?
I mean, I've played against both of these guys. I've been to LAN tournaments with both of these guys. I have no favorites here, but the way is like the game's looking, I think CJ might pull it off because he's been scoring the first goals and he's been taking the lead while Saransh has been chasing it, but he's been chasing it well. And as we saw in the last game, he equalized at the last minute, and it can still go either way. But I think CJ might just go ahead and win this. But let's see what's gonna happen.
Game has begun, boys. Let's go. All right, let's see how one is gonna pan out, man. Charanjot on the left, Saransh on the right. Let's go.
And that's how Saransh presses. He just took the ball off of CJ's feet, and he's gonna try and make a counter attack out of it. I think it's offside. No, it's not. Mane is still on, and look at those passes. I mean, the narrow spaces which these players use. I wouldn't ever even dream of passing it there because I think it'll get intercepted, but these players know it won't, and they just pass it anyway.
You're right. Look at those back heels. Saransh is on fire at the minute, and that's a great interception, man. Can he make something out of it? The La Croqueta turn and the ball roll scoop. This all the skills are coming out right now by Saransh, and he feels confident after the last goal that he did score.
And look at the passes. This is the perfect play. I mean, he's passing the ball, he's skilling around, but CJ does not give him any space, and CJ gets the ball now. It's his counter, and CJ is going to be attacking now. Let's see if CJ has what it takes, but no, Saransh presses him back and gets the ball, wins the ball up in midfield. A crazy through ball to Krayev, and what a pass to Neymar, directional nutmeg, but it gets intercepted by Varane. He could have, but this just gets to the nerves, and I think these players want to be sure that they're finishing a chance because that was a very dicey angle there, and it wouldn't be a goal 100% of the time, but I'll agree you miss 100% of the chances you don't take, and he should have taken a shot there.
That was probably the move there because a rebound is something that you're always looking for, and it looked like the near post was open on Neymar's 5-star weak foot, but the reason why pro players are so good at the game is because they take their chances. So we just gonna have to take faith, put our faith in how these guys play, and obviously we're no match for the level that these guys play on. But and it's super easy to sit here and commentate on what could have been done. But I'm sure you understand the pressure. Two of the best are going at it.
It's obviously hard to actually implement what we just commentate here, because once you're in the game, there's a pressure on you if you're making the right decision or not. And both of these players have been known to handle pressure quite well. And we've seen crazy comebacks from both of these players. Let's see what's going to happen. The game's still at 0-all, and we're 20 minutes in, but this is still looking very balanced. Saransh was Saransh started off with a crazy attack, but CJ is not giving it a rest either. What do you think? What do you think? Like, is who's going to score first in this game?
I think this looks like I mean, it's weird for me to say this, but Saransh has played better, in my opinion, in this game, and he would look to be the one who's been more threatening, and his defense has been solid, and I do think it's going to be him who's going to be scoring first, and I might just put my bets on Saransh.
It
For this
might be,
one.
but we just saw that CJ used the team press to win the ball upfield, but loses it unfortunately. And see, this is the little things which these pros do. I mean, would you even imagine using team press when you're level with someone? I don't think I would.
You're right, and this is a chance, and he thought about
And
the
it's
block.
blocked. It's blocked. That was so unfortunate, but CJ is going to try and counter attack here. And yeah, I'll agree with the part where you said that Saransh is the better player in this game and he might just go ahead and score. But as we saw earlier in the game of Shubham versus Aditya, Shubham was the better player in the first game, but still Aditya came out on top because he finished his chances, which Saransh again is not doing here. But if he maintains this kind of attacking pressure, I think he might just come out on top.
You're right. I do think that if he's going to continue pressuring CJ like this, he will be able to score. But the thing is that CJ will just need one move and he will
And
take it.
he gets that one move. That was a crazy fake shot which CJ pulled there. And as we said earlier, I mean, we knew that Saransh was being dominant attacking wise, but CJ just took the one chance he got, and he's now up again because again this is the highest level of FIFA, and this is very unpredictable. It can still go either way. Let's see how Saransh plans to get a comeback.
It's an insane through ball. If he can make that pass and she's going to shoot it. Let's
And
go. That's a great goal.
what a goal! I mean,
This is what we need.
look at that! Look at the patience he had there. Honestly, end-to-end stuff here, still 3-all, still nothing to separate these two. But like talking about the last goal which Saransh just scored, he had the chance to shoot the ball, but he was afraid that it might get blocked. So he took his time. He just dribbled it with his left stick and made enough space for Ronaldo to get a shot which wouldn't be blocked.
That was genuinely something that required so much composure. It's so tempting to actually shoot the ball on the volley with the double tap, but he chose rightly not to take that not to take that shot, and it resulted in a goal.
I mean, that's what separates us from the pros, right? They know the exact right decisions because I know for a fact that I would have taken a shot there and it would have been blocked looking at it. But the fact that he just continued to dribble, we just know that these guys know what they're doing.
Absolutely right, man. These guys know what they're doing, and he's just setting up his tactic just in case he needs to go on the offensive. And we can see the 4-3-1-2 here, which is which is my favorite formation of the year by far. Is the most fun one, and CJ is extremely good at narrow formations. I do remember I've seen him in tournaments where he was losing by 3 goals, I believe, in the particular tournament, and when he switched to the 4-1-2-1-2, he managed a crazy comeback, and it looked all so easy.
Yeah, I mean, if I think CJ might resort to the 4-3-1-2 in the ending minutes of the game if if the game's still level, because if he gets a goal around the 80th or the 85th minute, then he can comfortably cruise through by keeping the ball. That's why I think he set up the formation not for a comeback, but we have a chance with Saranj and a miss by Mane. I mean, how many Mane misses have we seen today? So we saw a lot in this Shubham game, and Mane's I think missed his second chance in this game as well.
That's really unfortunate for Saransh. It genuinely looked to be a goal, but he just took that one extra touch away from goal that just covered the near post angle, and it ended up being a shot that was easily saved by the keeper.
Yeah, so as we can see, taking an extra touch is not always the wise choice. Which it did end up taking away the goal from Saransh, but those decisions just you cannot predict those at that point. You just get to know it after it's done, and Saransh gets the ball back now. He's on the counter with Kraev, and Kraev is still on the run. Okay, crazy set of skills there. He's beaten CJ, and
If he gets one right cut inside pass, he's completely in, and it's fallen to Mane, and he's not done a skill move there. That's super unlucky.
no, please don't be a red. No, it's not a red. It's a yellow card, because if it was a red card, it would have been a very unfair on Saransh, and the game would have turned instantly, because those little disadvantages can just turn the game right away.
You're right. A red card would definitely get the fun out of this game. I do think that the best part of the game is still yet to come, man. Acuna with a crazy run. If he can now
And
what a
cross to
goal!
Mane, and what a
He's
cross
done
to
it.
Mane. Mane finally finishes a chance, and Saranch is in the lead with a header. And again, we've not seen a lot of these crosses. I think we saw one in the Aditya game, and this is the second time we are seeing a cross. But I mean, I wouldn't even know if a cross works in this FIFA, because I've not really tried them. But these guys know what works and what doesn't, and we've seen that time and time again in these two legs. But I think CJ is gonna go all out any second now with a 4-3-1-2, because there's
You're
not a lot of time
absolutely
left.
You're absolutely right. I would never be playing a cross in this game because they're known to not work most of the time. But Saransh knew the time when it was actually going to work, and Mane was able to head the ball into the net with ease. And this is all too open for Saransh right now. Can he maintain his shape? Can he maintain his shape and stop CJ from skilling past him and actually scoring an insane goal? His players are back into position.
What a
I'm not
1-2.
sure if that's perfect.
Well
Saransh has
defended
played
by
this
Saranch,
perfectly.
and Saranch is just trying to hold the ball now with the lead, and we're gonna be seeing CJ make the changes here in the tactics. Guys, keep making a note of this, because as we know, CJ knows the game, and we should all learn here. I have my notebook ready.
I do
Interesting.
believe that just how we guessed, it is going to be the 4-3-1-2, which is going to be the formation that CJ is going to be extremely good at, because we've seen him play this formation multiple times last year as well. I do think this is going to be very, very, very difficult for Saransh to actually defend.
And there's an interesting choice which I just saw there. CJ is playing Alessandrini as his left back. Obviously, he's going to be using attacking fullbacks. But what if he equalizes? Then, will he be using Alessandrini as his fullback for the remaining game? What do you think is going to
You're
happen?
right. That is surely a very, very, very debatable but bold move nonetheless that he has decided to go with. This is something he wants to clearly bomb the fullbacks forward, and in doing that, he does not want to actually miss. And this is a choke by Saransh, and he gets scored on.
And another chance. Obviously, you cannot beat CJ using 4-1-2-1-2. But what I'm very interested to see here is how CJ is going to be using his lineup now with his fullback gone. He only has Alessandrini. Is he going to be continue using Alessandrini as at the fullback, or is he going to do something else?
Match goes to golden goal if it's a draw, by the way, on aggregate.
I do think that this is going to be very tricky for Charanjot to actually defend now against Saransh's counterattacks, especially on the wings, because Alessandrini has zero defensive stats to show up for anything. We have Atal as well, which is quite an outdated card. He does have the 5-star weak foot, but not any of the dribbling or the defensive stats to go with it. So it's maybe Saransh at an advantage with the players in his position to actually counter CJ's game. But it's CJ nonetheless. So this is now turning out to be an insane game. If this is a draw, we're gonna go to golden goal, and right, that is something that is going to be mental to see what tactics these guys use. Are they going to go back to being conservative, or are they actually going to go for that one goal and actually keep pressing using the FIFA 21 automatic press, AI press?
I mean, agreed completely. But as we can see, CJ is sticking to his
No, that's
4-3-1-2, and
that's
that's
a
open
goal.
up space. Is that offside? Is that offside?
No, that's
Yes, that is
offside.
offside. Oh my god!
Oh, the
And CJ,
drama.
if this was a goal, I think it might have ended the game right here because it's the 85th minute, and I am positive that Saransh would have defended the lead for 5 minutes. But
This is a great interception by Hulit. He needs one chance. Saransh needs to make good on one chance here. Can he actually do it? This is nail biting stuff right here.
great passes by Saransh. What a dribble by Kraev, and he misses that finish. No, and it could have been a very bad goal given to Saransh by EA, but it wasn't, fortunately for CJ. But Saransh has the ball again, but CJ gets it back.
Right.
It's the 90th minute. Are we going to see a 90th minute goal? No,
What an
not for
interception
CJ, I
by
think.
Varan.
And now Saransh has the attack. No, he doesn't. CJ gets the ball back. And it's the last attack of the game, for sure. Okay, what's going to happen here? Mbappe still has the ball.
Glitch through.
Pass it to Hulit. And it's going to be a corner. Yeah, it's going to be a corner. And it's going to be so unfortunate if Saransh actually concedes here. And he wouldn't.
Good.
The game goes to golden goal. And it's been everything. It's been everything we wished for. And we're going to be going to the golden goal segment now. As we looked at CJ, he's still sticking with the 4-3-1-2, even though the game is level. He's not.
If I'm not mistaken, and that's when the golden goal will start. And yeah, that means all the players with the right tactics and the same stamina, like equal stamina, which is going to be interesting.
I think they're going to golden goal in this game only.
Okay.
I'm not sure. They might have to stop the game if the rules and requirements are not met.
You're right. You're right. This is nail biting stuff, and if it doesn't work out, if someone manages to score a goal and they aren't sure about the rules, it's going to be heartbreak. But we're going to focus on this.
And we've seen a lot of substitutions and interesting choice by bringing on Robin, even though he's an insane skiller and he's insane on the ball and he has a crazy shooting stat, but he still does have the 2-star weak foot, which makes him pretty predictable, and I don't think I would be using him at this level of FIFA.
I do think that I do remember Saransh doing his SBC and telling me that he was an insane centimate for him, and chances, like, there is so much space opening up for CJ. Can he actually make good with it?
He might be able to. A great croqueta cancel and a scoop turn, and CJ scores and CJ floats through. And wait, what is happening here? Isn't this game over? Are they playing through?
We're going to have to talk to the admins, and we're going to do that real quick.
Let's see. I think the game's over because it was supposed to be golden goal, but these guys are still playing.
Right, that is the case. CJ does go through. It'll be so unlucky if Saran scores right now.
Honestly, it will be really unlucky. But we're having a discussion with the admins right now and coming to a conclusion.
So sadly, they haven't been able to check their phone for any updates on what the game is going to be, and they're here trying so hard to get a goal and defend for their lives, and that's super unlucky. And Saransh is going to score. Oh no, he took it, and
Oh,
it's a
that's a
pen.
pen. That's a pen. So much drama in this game. This is the second pen which Saransh got. Will it get saved, or will he score the second pen as well? No, it doesn't,
Oh
and he
no.
scores the pen. And it will be so unfortunate if the golden goal rule does count and the extra time rule doesn't. It'll be so
I
unfortunate.
am hearing that the golden goal rule does count and it's 5-4 to CJ. We're going to make sure of that if that is truly the case. But that's super unfortunate to Saransh, who's just made a comeback right into this game. That's
That
super
is
unfortunate.
super unfortunate, honestly, and not being aware of the rule and getting to know it after. I just cannot imagine.
I truly could not imagine these guys are still playing on like it's actually something that is going to count, but it really isn't. They haven't been able to check their phone. They've been super focused on the game, and we're here witnessing some insane football.
I mean, that's just more entertainment for us. Not gonna lie, I don't mind watching this, but I just don't want to be the one who tells Saransh that it's over. I just don't want to be the one who delivers this news because I don't want to look at the reaction.
You're right. This is yeah. All right, that's a
And
great goal by
right now,
Charan
sees
Joke,
a goal.
almost, and he
No,
has
it's
missed
not.
it.
How does Ronaldo miss that? I know it's Rico foot, but that opening, that reverse elastico, just opened up the space, and that's just super unfortunate. Last 5 minutes in the game, Saran's on the
It's
attack.
the 5-star weak foot, man. All it needed there was if Ronaldo had a 5-star weak foot, which 90% of the time he does have. And what an interception by Hullet there, man, for Saransh. Can he make something happen here?
He might be able to. What a
Hullet,
ball
that's a
to
great
Acuna.
ball. And
What a
that's going
pass
to be
to
a goal.
Cruyff. No, it's not because CJ is super composed with his defense and he's going to be going on the counter attack. 119 minutes in, CJ might get another goal in. Alessandrini on the counter from the left back
This
to
is
Renato.
nail biting stuff. Will he get half a
Definitely
chance?
is. And well defended
What
by
a
Saran.
tackle.
And we're gonna be watching penalties now. Oh, we're not. I guess we're not going to be watching penalties. That was my bad.
Right.
So so CJ wins on the golden goal rule, but we did witness some crazy football today, and I am honestly very grateful to esports.in for letting me commentate on such a legendary match, and I still don't have words for what I just witnessed. So
This lives up to the hype, doesn't it? It's so unlucky for Saransh that it was golden goal and it didn't go on till the last minute. But the fact that it was golden goal and the fact that these guys didn't know about it was even worse. The admin did try to talk to them about it, but they were obviously very concentrated during the game, and it's CJ who wins it anyway. And we can see Saransh redeem himself in the losers bracket as well for an insane rematch. This is by far the best game that we've seen and the highest level of FIFA that we could have possibly witnessed today, man. Otherwise, this was as nail biting and as entertaining as it could get.
honestly, man, totally agreed. And I am just rooting for Saranj to make it out of the losers bracket to the final because I want to witness this game again, and I just cannot get enough. And boys, everyone, you should be looking out to esports.in's Instagram page for the highlights because I have just use the notify me icon there, and I want to be seeing the highlights as soon as they're posted. And you can also look at the highlights on YouTube. But what do you take away from this game, Soham?
I'm just stunned by the consequence of the game. It's just going to be one for the memories, man. This is one that these guys are going to remember about. This was a level game. That was the best part about it. This was as level as it could get, and somehow CJ managed to clutch it up in golden goal. And Saransh also did end up scoring, and it would have been a tight affair, but. Golden goal it is. It's what the rules say. And I hope just for this game, forget the fact that these guys deserve to be, Saransh deserves to be in the actual final. Just for this game, we need a rematch.
Agreed, man. And on that note, we're going to be going and taking a small break. But don't go anywhere. We have the last game of the night coming in. And it's not the least because Sid is going to be taking on Ranjan as the first game of the losers bracket. And one of these players is going to be knocked out of the tournament. So let's see how it goes. And we're going to have to take a break now.
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा, हुनर का जादू चला के जलवा दिखा जा। आजा, 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 जोश में आजा।
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही
बिल्कुल नहीं, आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश। ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esports Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
Welcome back, everyone, with Josh Presents Esports Premier Series, co-powered by Hell Energy Drink, Oven Story, and Fasos.
And we have the last matchup of the day coming up. The first game of the losers bracket with Ranjan playing Sid is going to be a very close game, with Ranjan being an elite player and Sid being a signed pro who's verified as well. It's going to be super close. And their winner plays Saransh tomorrow. And what do you think, man? Like, how heartbroken will Saransh be right now with that golden goal rule? Even like he equalized as well.
I'm hearing that CJ and Saransh both did not know that it was a golden goal at all. So they ended up playing the game till pens, which CJ ended up winning. And that means that CJ somehow deservedly won the game. So I know that Saransh will feel extremely hard done by, but at the end of the day, CJ clutched it and karma was not affected. It was CJ who won the game even on pens. So I'm still not over what we have just witnessed. It was one of the greatest games we've seen, and it was always going to be playing when these two are playing.
I mean, agreed. We obviously expected that, but still, it was a game which like had me on the edge of my seat because it was so balanced. No one was dominating the game as such. Both of them were playing very open football, and like CJ just got the better of Saransh on golden goal. As we were seeing the whole first leg, that CJ was the one who was going in the lead and Saransh was chasing the game. But in the second leg, we saw something different where Saransh managed to score and get into the lead, but CJ's 4-3-1-2 just got him back into the game. And that same 4-3-1-2 helped CJ get the golden goal and finish the game.
You're right, and today will I think we'll be seeing Sid in the 4-4-2 and Ranjan with the 5 at the back again, and that's going to be a great game. Sid will want to win this one for sure. He remains to be the favorite in this game. But if Ranjan can manage an upset, that'll be a very very big confidence boost for him after losing against CJ in a very disastrous manner.
I mean, he did lose to CJ in a very disastrous manner, but you cannot feel bad after losing to CJ. You know how good he is. And I personally, when I played CJ in the same tournament, I did not feel this bad because I played CJ. I knew how good he is. And I just thought maybe if the brackets were better, I would have faced him in a later stage, but I still did not feel as bad because again losing to CJ is inevitable.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It will still help him gain a lot of confidence, though. I do believe Sid, being a very well known player in India, and beating someone by the likes of with the likes of Sid will be genuinely something that he would want to do. And surely he'll believe that it's a mountain to climb, but one that he can definitely reach the peak of.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and find out how this goes. And in the first leg, Sid is gonna be the home team, and Ranjan's gonna be the away team. And since it's only on aggregate goals and away goals don't matter, which is like much more fairer to the players, since away goal rules have had clear upsets in the past in tournaments. But it's a good format that we're only having aggregate scores and not away goals. And we have Sid kicking off in the white Arsenal kit with Ranjan in the black kit. And as we can see, Sid has the ball.
Sid, if Ranjan in this game to get anything out of it, he is going to have to get the ball from Sid. Otherwise, Sid is extremely capable of keeping the ball as much as he likes if he's not pressed in the in the best, most effective manner possible. You will not be able to get the ball off of Sid. He's extremely good at keeping the possession, and Ranjan will have to come up with something that is going to beat his possession.
I mean, Ranjan needs to put some pressure on Sid because, as we saw earlier, Sid is crazy with passing. He just sees some passes which no one else does. He loves playing those quick fire passes. He loves playing those 1-2s. And if Ranjan does not press him enough, Sid will eventually open up the space. But as we talk about opening up space, Ranjan has opened up some space and he's on the counter with a ball with Ronaldo, and the finish was choked. I think if he was like tried to score far post, it would have been a goal, and it's a goal by corner.
Ronaldo.
This is the first goal we've seen out of a corner, and that's unfortunate. Yeah, it counted as an own goal because Sid's player on the line could not defend.
That's a crazy header by Ronaldo, and he did make up for the miss that he did have a second ago, and that makes things very interesting.
And Sid's the one who's chasing the game now, even though he had the kickoff and he had the majority possession in Ranjan's third. But Ranjan just fired up a quick through ball to his right wing back, and that led to a one-on-one chance, which led to a corner and eventually a goal.
Here's something that we would like to even talk about is that Sid's team is much better than Ranjan's. Ranjan has a pretty good team, has some of the more meta players, but it's genuinely at this point no comparison to the level that Sid's team is at. And he's going to have to make up for the lack of his lack of quality in his team compared to Sid's. He's going to be have to a little more conservative than press extremely high up, because it's going to be very easy for someone like Pele to just run past his defense. He's going to have to keep the team factor in mind.
I mean, totally agreed, but as we see, Ranjan is having no trouble defending Sid's attack. I think Sid still has that loss against Saransh in his head, and that's what's keeping his attack. And what a through ball! What a chance taken by Ranjan, and that volley was something which I did not expect. and Ranjan is the better player in the first 20 minutes for sure.
100%. We can see him being so confident that he's taking these shots that may not be 100% goals, but the kind of players that he has with the likes of Ronaldo, you do not know which are the shots that are actually going to fly into the back of the net. These are the chances that he's playing as positively as possible, and that is clearly working in his favor.
I mean, totally agreed, but it's only a one goal lead, and we have known Sid since a long time. He's been a part of the pro circuit a very long time, and I think he has the experience to cover it up. And Ranjan still needs to be very composed with his defense. Look at that skill cancel. Ranjan still being able to defend it easily. He's going to start a counter attack with Neymar and the left side. Great pass to Mendy, and he starts to reset. He's not in a hurry to make an attack because he's in the lead. And what a dribble by Mendy here! Is he going to be able to produce something here? He might. Okay, that's not a pen. Reece James just
really
dragged
looked like a
Rashford
pen.
there. It did.
That must be off. It's not off, and
That's
that's
not
a
off?
great chance, and he sold him.
And that's a
What
great
a
block.
tackle.
What is Ranjan doing there? There was a little lack of composure, but he managed to keep the ball. And he's going to be starting another counter attack from his wing back. Okay, this game, he feels like he knows how to use the 5-3-2 much better. He's using his wing backs as attacking as he can, and it's working in his favor.
Will he fire up that R1 square pass? No, he does not. He waits for the pass. He wants to make a really good opportunity count, which I'm pretty sure he will. He is creating now good enough chances. He got completely sold. Ranjan got completely sold by the ball roll scoop in the previous attack. So he's going to have to be wary that Sid has this in his locker, and yeah, he's going to have to defend that. Even something like the ball roll scoop has so many exits, so it's really hard to understand, like predict where the opponent is going to go. So that's again something that he himself might want to start using.
Agreed. I mean, if the skill is part of the meta, if the skill is effective enough, you might as well start using it and not just see your opponent do it, because it does help you open up attacks. It does help you keep the possession, as we saw Saransh earlier with exploiting the
Opened
croqueta
up
cancels,
space,
and
and that's
it's a miss by Pele. It's not a miss, it's a block, but still we expected Pele to finish that, and Sid is now running the course of play. Sid is now feeling much more comfortable with the ball, and he's attacking very well. And if this keeps up and Ranjan is not able to keep the ball, then Sid will end up scoring. But let's see how Ranjan copes with this press. The end of the first half, and Ranjan is leading 1-0 with a great goal.
you're right. I do believe they should have scored that. That is not something that you pay the top dollar for. He would expect the finish there, and now Pele is definitely on the fraud watch in this game.
I mean, definitely Sid did not expect that chance to not end up as a goal. He must be kicking himself, and now I think Sid's gonna be much more attacking in the first half, even though he did pick up the pace in the second part of the first half. But I think Ranjan needs to start keeping the ball. As we saw, Sid has 70% possession in the first half. If Ranjan does not start keeping the ball, then Sid will end up coming back in the game with a goal or a couple.
You're right. This is definitely going to be Sid's half to actually try and dominate the game, because he is going to want to get into the second game with a lead. Being down in the second half, a second leg, is not something that he would ideally want. He would want to be comfortable on the ball. We've heard this from other pros that have played him as well. If Sid actually manages to score the first goal, then he is the hardest opponent you can face. But right now, Sid is down and he needs to find a way to get a lead.
And I think he might as well, but Ranjan is there on the counter right now, well marked by Sid, And you look at that manual switch we were talking about earlier. Like if you manually switch and mark those runs, you get much more time before the opponent even has time to receive the ball. And this is what we see at the top level of FIFA. We see these switches, and these are actually the ones which make a lot of difference between the gold and the elite players, like the switches. Because at the end of the day, the attacking mechanics are not too hard to implement, but the defending is super hard because everyone knows how to attack. It's just how to defend those attacks is what wins you games.
You're absolutely right. The defense is something that is going to help your attack as well, because player switching helps you get the ball as quick as possible and in dangerous areas if done correctly. But there's some last hitch defending by Ranjan, and space will open up for him if he sees that through ball, which he does, and it just marked so well by Sid.
Again, last minute switch by Sid, and he's not giving Ranjan any chance. And he's baiting those through balls and then switching at the last moment to get the ball back. And Ranjan gets the ball back in the defense. I think Sid has too many players committed forward. He might be able to get something out of this. But Sid has a fresh limer who's come in, and he's beaten by Neymar. What a skill there. Great pass to Rashford.
Pen? Oh, that's just outside the box. That's so unlucky.
That's not a pen. And that's a pretty deadly free kick still. And I think Sid might change the formation. And do you think Adama's coming in? Yes, he is. And Sid,
but it was very interesting to see that he put his fullbacks on stay back. It may be for a tactic that he would want to use after he's taken a 2-goal lead, so that he doesn't have to. He can just activate attacking fullbacks right now.
yeah, I mean, as we saw CJ do it earlier, when he was down, he switched to the 4-3-1-2, and he did not switch back to the 4-4-2. Instead, he stick to the 4-3-1-2 and kept the pressure on the opponent, and which saw Saransh break in the golden goal. So it might work for Sid here as well.
You're right. I do think it can work for Sid as well, because if the fullbacks are committed way up the field, then you just have two centre backs leaving you behind, and he's the one who's down right now, so he cannot be. Is this a tactic? All right, it did not work at all. But if he
still has the ball. And there comes Adama with that defense. Look at that strength and the pace, man, from him. I mean, why isn't Sid subbing him on in the first minute only? Why is he even playing Dalo? I have no idea.
That does make sense, because Adama has been a beast for each and every one that has used him. And he's so strong, he's so fast. And another, how many times have we seen this?
Let's go. Finally, another through ball and
offside done wrong.
And like this time, it's on the other side of Sid. He has a smile on his face that finally someone did it against me as well, because he had been punished earlier today. And it now looks like, yes, he's switching to the 4-3-1-2 and going to be keeping that pressure on Ranjan, because Ranjan hasn't been able to create a lot in terms of shots. But Sid has been dominating possession and the attack recently. But I think Ranjan might be getting it back into the game, since he knows he has to attack. Otherwise, Sid will keep the ball and end up scoring a goal. Look at these short passes and look at the space he's creating. I mean, Ranjan knows how deadly he is, Sid is, and he needs to get back into the lead.
Ranjan needs to really try to keep the ball, otherwise he's just going to get torn apart if this is the way that he continues to play. He cannot now play just to the counter attack, because every time he gives the ball to Sid, it feels like Sid is going to score, and that's a very cheap way by Ranjan there.
I mean, he did not even wait for a player to come nearby for his free kick, and this just shows a lot of pressure. I've done this a lot in my own weekend league games, that being out of frustration against playing against a player as good as Sid, and this just giving the ball away cheaply. These things just get in your head, and you just have to make sure that you have a strong mindset to come out of it, and you are patient enough.
You're right. That was a very cheap giveaway, which has led to another attack by Sid. Now, I do believe that he will try to get the last attack after. There's going to be one time where Ranjan will get one last attack, and before that, and is that going to be a goal? Can he somehow do this? No, that's well played.
Okay, he gets the
I think
ball.
Ranjan should somehow be able to like keep the ball because he's been losing it way too easily, going for a very easy goal, and there you go again, a lack of composure there. No need to do the bridge
Yeah,
skill move there, and he's
no
lost
one
the
was
ball.
challenging him, and yeah, this is what's happening. Sid's gotten into Ranjan's head because he's not giving him the ball, and this is what happens when you keep too much possession. Like, some players crack. See, this is the difference between Elite 3 and Elite 1. This is what happens when you keep the ball for a very long time. But I bet if Sid was playing Saranj or someone else, no one would be cracking like this. But that's just the experience which these pros have.
You're absolutely right, but he still looks like he is so dangerous on the ball. Can he make something happen? And
Oh my
what an
god, what
attempt!
a save by Van der Sar there, and what a great chance created by Ranjan. It's the game has been so balanced. Will Sid get a last attack? He might. Pele might get on a touch, but no. I think the game is gonna end, and it does. What a first game we've had. So, what are your thoughts on the like overall evaluation of the game?
I do believe that if at the end there you could see how much skill Ranjan actually has. It's not like he's a pushover at all. Look at the way that he was able to dribble past so many of Sid's players, defenders there to get a shot, a very, very good shot away with Mbappe there. And probably a better version of Mbappe or someone like Pele could have definitely scored that opportunity. So that means that all he needs to do is keep his head and not get frustrated with the amounts of possession that Sid is holding and not give the ball away cheaply. And he can score, he can create some quality opportunities like that.
I mean, totally agreed. He just needs to keep his head in the game now, and he knows what he's capable of. He knows, like, he look at the skills he's pulling off. Look at the way he's beating Sid's defenders. I mean, I I I honestly did not think that the matchup would be this close, but Ranjan is giving up a very tough fight to Sid, and he might actually end up winning this.
You're right. This seems like one of those games where this thing where a upset can actually happen, and we would definitely support the underdog. But it's Sid who is going to make the latter stages of this tournament extremely exciting with potential matchups against Saksham and Saransh. So these are games that you would not want to miss out on. So it's a very even affair. You could get you can get the entertainment of your life in this game if Ranjan somehow managed to win this game. But in the later stages, the big names are going to be facing each other, and it's going to be exciting, man. Either ways.
I mean, the match is going to be starting soon, and I just cannot wait to see what's going to happen in this leg. And as you said, as we get into the later stages of the game, we are going to see big names coming up against each other. And today we saw CJ going against Saranch in the semis of the winners bracket. We saw Sid going against Saranch. So obviously, it's an exciting time for us to be watching the game and to be casting on it. But I just cannot wait for the remaining matchups and to see who wins this whole tournament.
You're absolutely right, man. This tournament is going to be a banger of a tournament because this is going to be one of the big names is already up there with CJ, who is probably going to end up winning the next games that he is on, and we're probably going to be seeing him in the final. And it's just going to be super exciting because bigger names are possibly going to be in the losers bracket, fighting for that top spot in the finale.
And as we see, we've kicked off the game again with Sid having the possession, and Ranjan is just not gonna want to concede an early goal because, as you said earlier, when Sid takes an early lead, he's one of the hardest opponents to play against because he just knows how to keep the ball so well, as we saw in the last game. Even though he was down, he he was just persistent with his possession. He did not rush his passes, and he just came through with the goal. So Ranjan needs to be very careful here.
You're right. Ranjan needs to be very careful. If one of his friends has played Sid, he must know that he should not concede first. And this is very open, and he can score here for sure. And that's a
What
goal
through ball!
by Mendy.
And Ranjan scores again with Furlan Mendy. And what a through ball and what a shot that was. I think Sid just gave him too much space there and did not cover the run by Mendy manually. But the thing is, who would cover Mendy's run? Because we don't I don't personally think Mendy would be such a threat to a goal, but he's proved us wrong and he scored a crazy goal.
You're absolutely right, man, because the Mendy pass, it would have been extremely difficult for Mendy with his low finishing stats to be able to score a goal that was going to be something that was not in the air. But volleys, as we know, are easier to score, and that is insane defending. So the double tap there made all the difference in the world, man. The double X pass made all the difference in the world, which helped Mendy score a very, very, very easy volley.
And look at Ranjan skilling his way through the wing there. And he's now comfortable in the lead, but he shouldn't get too comfortable because he's facing a very composed player against him in the form of Sid. And he is very capable of getting a comeback in.
You're right. A comeback does seem like it's going to happen. Sid with an insane chance just a few moments ago. He could not just create that one last tight angle to actually take the shot, but he was oh so close in doing it, and he's done it already.
And he's
There you go.
back. He's back. What a game this is. This reminds me of the Sid of the Saransh versus CJ game. This is so balanced. This is end-to-end stuff. Both of these players are not giving up, and like it's not going in anyone's way. Like they're just Ranjan scoring, Sid's coming back, Sid's scoring, Ranjan's coming back. This is just happening, man. But I don't think Sid's been in the lead. Otherwise, Ranjan would be struggling a lot. That's something. That's a very positive thing for Ranjan to play on, and he should just continue playing attacking open football the way he is, because if he stops and if he stops getting creative the way he is doing right now, Sid will end up scoring and get the lead, and then it'll be really hard for Ranjan to get another comeback.
You're right. Sid is looking the one who is dominating though with the ball, and with the players that he's got, he definitely has the chance to do something extraordinary. So I do think Ranjan needs to take the chances that he gets, because there are going to be not too many of those, and he just needs to be able to keep the ball more, if not more, but at least comparatively gives Sid less time on the ball to find that final pass, because this pass that Sid found to actually score that goal was actually insane. It was a very tight call between the player actually being on or off, because he was making a run back from offside, and he just the second he came back from offside, he made that pass, and that led to an easy goal.
And as we were talking about it earlier, like these pro level games are all about split second decisions, and Sid
And
looks
that
like he might come up with another goal, but it was very well defended. The last tackle by Ranjan, if he did not make that slide, that would have been a goal, definitely. But he made that tackle and made sure that Sid did not get an easy goal. But he's on the counter now, and the ball's with Rashford. He's keeping the ball well, and he's a very good threat. But he tries the rainbow, and that was a little too unconventional because it's been nerfed recently. All the skills involving the flick ups have been nerfed, and I would honestly avoid any kind of flicks like sombrero or rainbow. But Ranjan tried to go for it anyway and failed.
That means that Sid's possession is not phasing him one bit. He's not letting it get to his head. He's keeping his calm, and he's still going for the extraordinary, which is something that we love to see. If that would have actually worked out, we would have been wowed by the goal that was scored by Ranjan against Sid.
Would have been the
well.
best goal of the day for sure.
Definitely. There was a pass there open with Mbappe and he chose to go for the rainbow. So definitely not the one, not the thing that is ideal to do, but hey, as long as he actually tried the ridiculous, he would have never tried, he would have never scored one.
I mean, these games are not just about conventional passes because conventional passes are too predictable. These kind of things are what gives you an edge. And Ranjan's being
That's
creative,
a
but
great
as we see, Sid's scored using the conventional passes. We were just criticizing, and what a goal that was! I mean, the passing, as we said earlier, the passing, the Sid's passing is great, and he that skill as we've seen this throughout the tournament, but now Ranjan's going to be struggling a lot since Sid's going to be keeping the ball.
You're right. Sid has been dominating Ranjan at the edge of the box, which is something that is so hard to defend. By the way, that Sid turns and all the skill moves in his locker. It's extremely hard to defend. So many passes that he triggers himself with the L1 button, and it's just Ranjan is going to have a tough time. Hopefully, he can come out of it and give us a more entertaining game in the second half.
Yeah, man. Like we still have hopes that Ranjan might come back because he's been giving a very tough fight to Sid, but it will be very hard considering the way Sid's been playing. He's playing positive football, but he's keeping the ball, even though it's in Ranjan's half. Ranjan is still not able to do a lot about it. But Ranjan, I think Ranjan might resort to pressing Sid now since he's down, and we might see some more openings.
You're right, absolutely. This is going to be now a very tough affair for Ranjan. I'm not sure how he's going to be countering Sid because even keeping the ball against Sid is going to be a pain with the kind of players that he has to press against Ranjan's players. He is going to have to come up with a strategy that works for him in a way where he's the one who dominates and not Sid. Because the more Sid dominates, the more chances he's going to have on the net. And the thing is, he's not just dominating in possession; he's creating quality chances with the quick passes that he's trying to find. And Ranjan needs to not rush attacks like that, and probably take a tip or two from the way that Sid is playing, and keeping the easiest passes as an option to then unlock the defense for a more complicated, risky pass. We heard and we see
And
that we're seeing such simple
what
passing
a
and then
pass!
until pass.
And
That's
Sid is
insane by
now
Sid.
leading by 2 goals. But just look at the way Sid's waiting for Ranjan to press and his options to open up, and then he's passing the ball. That just shows a lot of experience, and that just shows that he knows what to do when he's leading. And as we heard earlier, that Sid is one of the toughest players to play once he has the lead, and he's showing us that it is actually true. And it's you just cannot take the ball off of him. Like it's so hard. Look at those passes. Look at those passes. He's not stopping now,
I
and it's
guess
going to be a
it-
very tough task for Ranjan.
this is too big a mountain for him to climb, because a 3 goal lead versus Sid is something that is going to be extremely difficult, because Sid is going to continue to keep the ball in his half. And it's going to be very hard for him to defend now, because he's going to have to press much higher if he wants to have some sort of a chance to stay in the game. It's still possible. There is still 30 odd minutes in the game for him to actually create something, but highly
And he's
unlikely.
still skilling his way through. He's still trying the unconventional things, which like he's still not resorting to just passing. I mean, this just shows the courage he has. Like he thinks that resorting to these will help him get a goal, because it has till now. And okay, it's not a goal. Ranjan is still in it, but it's going to be very hard because Sid is not giving up the ball.
You're right. This is going to be extremely frustrating for Ranjan to actually play this game, to actually win it, because he is going to see very less of the ball now. And Sid is just going to keep piling on the pressure, and one more goal, and it's definitely game over.
I mean, for sure. Look at the way it's keeping the ball, and even if Ranjan is trying to press him, Sid's just passing it back and passing it back, and then trying to create the space which Ranjan will give him with the press, but he's like Ranjan's just not able to get the ball back.
I can imagine the frustration that Ranjan must be feeling right now. He's just not getting the ball because Sid is constantly making the easiest passes so that he does not lose it, and that's going to be a crazy
And
goal by Ranjan.
Ranjan's back in it. He just needs two more goals. I think Ranjan's turned on the press and Ranjan's turned on the like I don't think he's using 5-3-2 anymore. But I think Sid's gonna go to the 4-2-3-1 wide and try to keep the ball as much as he can. But I haven't seen a lot of this formation this year. Like I'm aware that it's been used in the previous FIFAs to keep the ball and maintain the lead, but this is the first time seeing the 4-2-3-1 white formation this year.
You're right. I guess he's just resorting to a tactic in the most extreme situation to switch to go defensive against. If somehow Ranjan manages to score one more, he will probably switch to that formation to try to maintain a lead. Because he's going to have so much space on the wings for if he especially triggers the stay wide instruction on the wingers, and he will obviously have the two center defensive midfielders to cover up for any through balls that
And as we see that he is switched to the ultra defensive tactic, which we just saw was the 4-2-3-1 wide. It might not work for him because again I haven't seen this a lot this year. But if it does, then it will be really frustrating for Ranjan, considering this is one of those formations which help you keep possession. And Sid is already so good at keeping possession. This is just a bonus add-on.
You're absolutely right. This is one of the more defensive formations that we do see, and Sid is trying to play this as professionally as possible. This just means that he is giving his opponent enough respect that he is going to come back into the game and that he can actually do that. So he is playing this game as professionally as possible, which is the way to go.
And yeah, at this stage of the game, you have to be cautious because Ranjan is not a bad player. If you give him enough space, he will make a comeback. And as you saw, the last goal he scored, that finish was exquisite. If he had tried to go near post, it would have been saved. But he tried to go far post with Mbappe's weaker foot, and it ended up in the net. And Ranjan's just going to be looking for a couple more of those opportunities, but it's going to be super hard considering it's the last 12 minutes in game and Sid's still dominating the possession. He's not giving up the ball until Ranjan really begs for it and opens up a lot of spaces. And Adama's on the run here. What a run by Adama. We might see a Sid goal here. And what a goal. Look at that composure.
That heel to he apna half drag back to elastico. This has been a classic last year and this year as well. We don't see it too much, but it's definitely the only usable way to actually use an elastico. And Ranjan is popping out all the skills now. He knows it's game over. He has a 3-goal lead that he cannot possibly get back, and he's playing so well. This is insane, and what a
And
goal
another
by
goal.
Ranjan!
What a goal by
He's
Ranjan. But I
completed this
believe it's
goal.
too late. I don't think we're seeing a comeback here. But only if it was a little bit earlier. Only if it was a
This was
little
an
bit earlier.
insane goal. I mean, it's completely understandable that it's late in the game and then there's no comeback. But this goal was the best solo goal of the day by far. He beat the entire
Agreed.
he beat the entire team with it. That one Mbappe, he just ran past everyone, trying so many different skill moves just from kickoff. Insane skill by Ranjan. He's been able to showcase how good he really is, man. And I'm so happy for
Yeah,
him.
man. Like agreed. Like yeah, when you're playing against the likes of Sid, you know it's gonna be a tough game, and he gave a fight. And honestly, I think he's going to be taking a lot of positives from this game. reaching this level is not easy. And it's going to be heartbreaking because he gets out of the tournament now. Sid moves on to live another day, but tomorrow he's going to be facing Saransh in the losers bracket again, which was his nightmare. But he might have taken a few notes today and might try to beat
What? Oh my
Saransh
god.
tomorrow. But for today, I think Sid must be very exhausted playing these two sweaty games.
You're absolutely right. Tomorrow is going to be no different, and this is the last attack was exquisite Sid at his best, and he was not able to convert sadly. And that's good games to both Sid and Ranjan. Deserved win for Sid, man. What do you think?
I mean, honestly, we had Ranjan going in the lead as much as he was able to, but then in the second leg, Sid went into the lead, and there was no coming back. And as you said earlier, Sid in the lead is the hardest opponent to play against. I don't think I would have been able to play against Sid as well if he was in the lead against me, because pressing him just makes him like hungry for more goals, because he's so good at spotting those passes. And we can see the experience he has playing pro FIFA for all these years.
You're absolutely right. He showed all his experience, and he scored some insane goals. Very typical Sid goals as well, man. So he knows how he plays, and he's extremely comfortable at it. Tomorrow it's going to be extremely close between Sid and Saransh, because it's going to be a very tight game, and these guys have just played the previous day, so they know what to expect. And tomorrow we have a cracking day as well, man. We're going to have today, just a quick recap. We had Charanjot versus Saransh, which Charanjot won in an insanely dramatic game. Tomorrow we will have Aditya Chadda versus Sagnik, which is going to be an insane game. And then we have another big game that we already had today, which is Saransh versus Sid. An insane day today, man. Darvesh, how was it commentating on all these games today?
It was a crazy experience, man, honestly, because we witnessed it all. And looking at the brackets, we know we are at the top level now. We have the top 8 players coming in, and just like the fixtures just don't get better than this. There is no name there which I won't think can win. All of these players can do it, but obviously CJ is a favorite because he's currently the best in the country. But everyone's going to be giving a very tough fight, for sure.
You're right. 100% right. We would really like to thank Josh Presents Esportz Premier Series for letting us commentate on this thing, which is obviously co-powered by Hell Energy and Oven Story and Fasos. This was a very good opportunity that we got, and we would genuinely like to thank them. And I'm extremely excited for the day tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of huge games, and it's going to be nerve-wracking as usual. It's not for them. These are the guys who have the ice in their veins to clutch up. We're going to be the ones in the seats here. Extremely nervous for them, but I can't wait for tomorrow. And yeah, man, it's insane.
I mean, what do you think of today, man? Like, if I was personally asked, today was a very crazy day. We witnessed all of these games. We witnessed CJ scoring 10 goals. We witnessed CJ going head to head against Saranch and beating him very narrowly on that golden goal. And we had it all today. And do not forget to come back tomorrow for more, because the excitement has only begun. We're moving on to the final stages of the game, and it just keeps getting better.
You're right. And tomorrow we absolutely cannot wait. And we will see you guys tomorrow for some huge games. We'll see you guys, man. Thank you.
Cheers.
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esportz Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द FIFA अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और चीयर करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
आज खाने में वही,
बिल्कुल सही।
खाने में वही।
बिल्कुल नहीं, आज बोरिंग नहीं। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स है बिल्कुल सही।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड माउथ वाटरिंग कॉम्बिनेशंस, फ्लेवर्स में ऐसा जोर कि बाकी सब लगे बोर। फासोस सिग्नेचर रैप्स।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
There was a time when I drank coffee. Lots of it. That time is long gone. I switched because I like to keep up with the new trends. Energy, taste, power. What else do you need? For me, it's enough. Hell energy.
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे फनी वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Wanna see something hot? क्या तुम्हारे ठुमके में है मेरे वाला दम? जोश पर आए, अपना ठुमका लगा दुनिया हिला चैलेंज अपलोड करें और हर हफ्ते जीतें 25 लाख तक के इनाम।
ये है होश, ये है जोश। ऐसे ही ढेर सारे रोमांटिक और क्यूट वीडियोस के लिए जोश में आजा।
Esports.in ला रहा है इंडियाज Yearlong Esports Championship Esports Premier Series 2021। ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट है जिसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट करके अपना esports करियर शुरू कर सकता है। Esportz Premier Series का टोटल प्राइस पूल होगा 40 लाख एंड हमारी कंसोल गेम है FIFA 21 जिसमें बहुत प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे एंड आपके लिए जबरदस्त गोल स्कोर करेंगे। पूरे साल में FIFA के 2 ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स होंगे विद प्राइस पूल ऑफ ₹50,000 और हर क्वालिफायर का विनर जाएगा मेगा लैंड फिनाले दिसंबर में। सारे प्लेयर्स बैटल करेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाने के लिए। प्लेऑफ टीम्स कंपीट करेंगे टॉप 2 स्पॉट्स के लिए जो बनेंगे हमारे फाइनलिस्ट और फाइनलिस्ट में से विनिंग प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेगी लैंड फिनाले के लिए। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स खेला जाएगा इन द फीफा अल्टीमेट टूर्नामेंट मोड। सपोर्ट और cheer करने के साथ साथ आपको मिलेगा ढेर सारे गिवअवेज जीतने का मौका। मिलते हैं मैदान में 14 फरवरी से esports के YouTube चैनल पे।